as we have our backs, whenever our foes stand by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. Castles and dragons, the battle begins tonight. Are you with me? This is our kingdom, and we won't run tonight. We are a team. We can do anything together if we just try. And as long as we have our backs, whenever our foes come by. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. This time we will win. This time we'll have to join forces. searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way, yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Jack it up.
Hey guys, I have got some exciting news. So, Game have asked me to make a load of ads for them. Obviously, the best part is that they're giving me a load of money and sending me free game stuff. Doesn't really have anything to do with games. But thanks anyway. All I have to do in return is make a load of videos holding their stuff up to camera and saying the prices. That's it. I don't even have to leave the house. I don't even really have to wear trousers. I mean, I am wearing trousers. I don't have to. So in this video, I thought I would practice some advert skills. Whoa! No way! Off. Deals! Game. Deals. Wow! Deals. Wow. Game. The main sponsor. The only sponsor. $29.99, $49.99, $35.99, 16. So that's that. I can get back to making more game videos now, but watch out for more game videos that are also adverts about games. Thanks for the money, Game.
Hello guys and welcome to the UK Masters. It's week 5, day 2, and we are here with some great League of Legends action tonight. My name is Sona. I'm joined by the beautiful Xscoundrel as always, and it's District up against Bulldog to start us off.
And believe it or not, we're already into picks and bans here.
Holy smoke.
This is a quick introduction from us. This is going to be a very, I would say, one-sided set of games in the nicest way possible. District are very much anticipated to 2-0 this, but we have had upsets before. So without further ado, I think we should throw ourselves through to the pick and ban phase.
Let's have a look. District on the blue side, and it is Bulldog on the red. Zyra, Nidalee, and Evelynn bans coming out here, and it's Jace, Olaf, and Syndra banned out on the side of Bulldog.
Evelynn, it makes sense here. A lot of jungle bans coming out as well because Candy Floss. We're going to have to have a quick reset here, unfortunately.
Wouldn't be the UK scene without a quick reset.
They misclicked Evelynn. Apparently, he didn't want to ban.
No one had picked, so I feel that's probably
Sure.
all right. Although
think
it might change Bulldog's final pick, final ban, because Bulldog might have banned out that Evelynn, which Candy Floss
Sure.
plays a lot.
Yeah, no, I totally see that.
See.
So I think.
It's a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah, no, I think one of the major things is because they've banned now, so they actually had that in their last ban.
Yeah.
And now then Bulldog had a ban on the final ban, and misclicking Eve, that's going to be an interesting one in terms of rule set. I'll have to get a word from the admin.
I'm sure the admins could sort it out.
Yeah.
We're not here to judge what the admins want to do. But before we do get into picks and bans, because the team started perhaps slightly hastily, the little hobbits that they are, let's have a quick look at the UK Masters table as it stands at the moment. I believe our wonderful production crew is going to bring it up for us. So, Xscoundrel, talk me through where these teams are placed and who you feel is in sort of the spot they should be and who you feel is underperforming. So
District, if they are to do as anticipated, are going to go top of the table here, over Molotovs and Marshmallows, trying to secure that first seed in front of their Molotov and Marshmallows right now at the top, but will ultimately likely drop down to second, which is kind of where I'm expecting to see those top two. Definitely think that UK Legends have been performing extremely well. They could actually secure themselves third seed because they have the head-to-head win over XL Esports, so they could take that third seed from XL this week. Do need to get XL changed in the table there. It is slightly misspelled, but we'll make sure.
No, are you sure it's not EXECL? It's like if you want to start up
XL,
a Champions League application on your computer, you have the exe.cl.
The XL Esports. They probably lose their third speed spot. That's the biggest upset for me. I think UK Legends have really done incredibly well, but to do that, they do have to beat TCA in this second set. Now, if TCA win, they'll go into the fourth seed spot, and XL actually probably find themselves in the position that they want to be in. But UK Legends have got some easy games coming up, and XL have yet to face District, so you can imagine that XL, having struggled against Molotovs and Marshmallows, are probably going to struggle even further against District.
Yeah. We'll get back into picks and bans. It looks like the final ban was allowed to be changed over here to an Elise, and we already have the Rise lock in here for Kajal, and Karma and Caitlyn for Bulldog.
Okay, Karma and Caitlyn for Bulldog. That's interesting first rotation. We do see Caitlyn, if the AD carry prioritizes it a lot, will usually lock that in early on because it tends to be up there as sort of tier 1 AD carry. A lot of AD carries have told me that they think Jhin is here, then you've got like Ezreal and Caitlyn down here somewhere. So no one opting to take Jhin, except for actually no, as I say that,
Cadril is going to lock it in for the side of District. There's the Nami lock as well. It was a very quick Rise pick. Of course, Cassio still on the cards as well. We have actually seen Cadril's Rise be counted out by Aurelion Sol before from hat-tricks in the Schalke scripts.
Yeah, Aurelion Sol, it's something that a lot of people do struggle to play efficiently, though. Aurelion Sol is a very different style of mid laner. It requires a whole different set of mechanical skills. Actually, Vixie is a Aurelion Sol one trick, as according to her own Twitter.
Yep.
So we saw her yesterday.
She hit Master as well.
Yeah,
Overnight,
so we saw her yesterday actually have her Aurelion Sol banned against her. So it actually is interesting that a lot of mid laners probably will play Aurelion Sol, but it's a very different style of mid laner to have to play. It's very positional orientated, less basic skill shots, more movement and positioning, which is it's kind of like a different skill set that you need to have.
Well, although Nyx may think he's the center of the universe, not going to be playing Aurelion Sol today. He goes for the Cassio instead. And alongside that, it's a Lee Sin pickup here for Draw a Blank.
Draw blank, yep, going to take off the Lee Sin off the board. Candyfloss has still got his Evelynn available, and which is what, you know, we expect Candyfloss in a lot of situations to pick up, especially when he feels like he's facing opposition that he can snowball from. You'll often see him lock in the Evelynn.
And it is locked in there for him. They're looking at their final pick. Top lane is the focus here, and there is the top lane counter as well for Bulldog. So they're going to take Nasus. Now, that screams to me of a pick for, you know, like a hover pick, or a pick that it actually represents something else. But
well,
Nasus is, of course, the top laner himself.
Yeah, obviously Nasus is a top laner in his own right. I'm just going to double check from the admins. I can't talk about the last pick or what we could see from the last pick.
And I think the thing is as well, Bulldog need to know what it is if they're going to counter pick top lane, so they want to try and find out exactly what it is. It could, of course, be Nasus, but let's talk about the rest of the compositions while we wait for that to come out. Rise, Nami, Jhin, and Evelynn.
Nasus is Nasus.
Strong, and it's Nasus. Nasus
is
Nasus.
Nasus.
Now, we haven't seen Nasus since about Season 2, Season 3, when he was mostly a jungle and top lane pick. Snoopy used to play a lot for CLG, CLG EU, the good old days, not CGL. But Nasus is a surprising pick, to say the least.
So this now makes it hard for a last pick coming out from Bulldog, and Kennen seems perfectly viable in this situation. I was going to say you have one ranged top laner available with Kennen. General Nasus is going to struggle against ranged top laners. However, you know, Candyfloss can actually try to impact that lane quite heavily. You have the Wither. Wither is going to be incredibly good against Caitlyn in the late game. But I don't imagine that Nasus is going to be spending a lot of time in team fights. What you generally tend to see Nasus picked for is his ability to just full-on split push, take towers like a monster in the mid game. A lot of people always say, oh, but Nasus can farm, he can get to the late game. Yeah, but usually when you get to the late game, he's awful because he's very easily kited, can very rarely actually get into a position where he can land a Q. So even if you have 1,000 stacks in your queue, sometimes you can never even land it. So generally what you see Nasus do is build stacks towards 300 in the mid game, and then they just take towers like a monster in the side lanes.
And you see a lot of Iceborne Gauntlet on Nasus as well because of that Sheen proc that you can get out of it. He is into an AP top laner.
And a big AP mid laner
a big
as well.
AP mid lane as well. I'm thinking something like a Spectre's Cow, Spirit Visage, and then into the Iceborne Gauntlet afterwards.
I would definitely expect to see early cooldown reduction coming out. Most Nasuses will do that. You as a Nasus generally need to stack cooldown reduction as early as possible. Siphoning Strike comes off a lower cooldown. It means your wave clear is slightly better, and also your ability to stack is slightly better too. Because in general, Nasus's wave clear and also push is pretty terrible. So when you get the cooldown reduction stacked behind him, you can stack that Siphoning Strike more easily, and obviously then clear waves a little bit more readily too. The only reason I would see him potentially take Iceborne Gauntlet here is because it's pretty good if he ends up getting locked into a 1v1 versus Kennen. If you do manage to land your Siphoning Strike, you can start to chase him down with the Wither, and also Iceborne Gauntlet being effective in that sense, and also helps him push waves easily. You do get big AoE damage coming out from that, so
it's a little bit of an oddity, and it's one that we're really going to have to watch in action before we can judge exactly how it's going to go. You say it's probably going to be split push. I agree with you there. I think it's a difficulty splitting into a Kennen, because Kennen is going to do a lot of range damage, and if he's getting stuns off early game, Faxi is really going to have a difficult time in that top lane actually getting himself far.
Yeah, well, one thing with Kennen is, and you'll find against big, beefy top laners, he'll do very well for the first 20 minutes, and then he'll start to fall off, and that's why you sometimes see people like Tolkien, who played Kennen quite a lot, go for something like a Bladed Adoring King, adds that extra element of split push ability. So once Faxi gets Mercury Treads and a little bit of magic resist behind him, he probably won't be struggling as hard. What I want to look at is these compositions as a whole, though, Sona, because let's look at District's composition here. The Nasus is an interesting pick.
Yeah,
it's not meta.
Unusual. Unusual to say the least.
Unusual is probably an understatement. Then you've got this sort of composition that sort of screams the ability to dive and siege. So you have your ultimate coming up from Toaster, and we've talked about Toaster before, probably one of the best Jhin players, if not the best AD carry we have in the league. He can use his Curtain Call. Nasus can come in if he chooses from the side lane, pop that ultimate, combo with Ryze and Evelynn. You've got very solid tower dive composition. This kind of screams what I think District are trying to play for in this game. It is accelerated gameplay.
Yeah.
You know, you see an opportunity, doesn't matter if they're under turret, you will take it because you have a very good tower dive and executing composition in that particular space. So this to me is kind of like I don't want to phrase it as disrespect comp because it's not a disrespect comp, but it's
just a very aggressive competition.
It's super aggressive comp because it's saying that we think we can get so far ahead that you know, when we come to pressure turrets early on, tier 2, tier 1 turrets in the mid lane or wherever, you can just say, well, we can dive over and over again. And if they choose to defend, we have Nasus, Ryze, Evelynn, Curtain Call, Wave from Nami too. All of these things will just add that extra element and able to just execute someone under a turret and then take the turret afterwards.
The strength is as well with those tower dives. Ryze has a shield. Evelynn has a shield off the Agnes Embrace. You've got the heals coming out with the Ebb and Flow as well. Nasus heals up a lot from his Soul Eater passive. I believe it's called Soul Eater.
I think it's Soul Eater.
Where he gets 20% lifesteal, basically, or spell ramp coming out of that. And let's have a look at the side of Bulldog. You talked a lot about District's composition. They've got a Kennen, a Lee Sin, a Cassio, a Caitlyn, and a Karma. Pretty good siege, pretty good dive potential as well with the Kennen. How are they going to sort of try and win out this game?
So where their composition comes into its own is their ability to disengage from, say, the Jhin ultimate and then turn things around should they want to. You're going to have Cassio who's picking up the Rylai's eventually. You've got Kennen for massive AoE teamfight control. So if they manage to disengage, their chase potential and damage from that chase potential is fantastic. Otherwise, they can try and catch that backline off guard by sending Kennen in, but you have to get through things like the Nasus. You have to get through things like the Ryze. Cassio's not going to be able to do that. Caitlyn's not going to be able to do that, and Lee Sin doesn't really have many excellent kick targets apart from Jhin. Maybe Ryze if you absolutely want to. So I think what you'll probably find here, if Bulldog get into a position where they are able to contest on a team fight level, they can turn things around simply by getting out of that engage from District and then turning it around with their ability to chase, engage, or disengage with the Karma. You'll have control through the Kennen and the Rylai's on the Cassiopeia, and then Lee Sin is very good for peeling for the Caitlyn, or rather isolating a target if you get that opportunity. So I definitely think this is definitely a counter-engage composition coming out from Bulldog. They also have their ability to disengage quite heavily with the Mantra Inspire. So there's a lot of good things in the Bulldog esports composition, but the problem is that they're going up against this super aggressive composition coming from District, who are wanting to snowball from that laning phase and make sure that they take no prisoners when it comes to tower aggression. And that's probably what you'll try and see them do. But you can punish those aggressive moves, and if you do punish those aggressive moves, you've got a ridiculously good scaling composition coming out from Bulldog Esports, and that could be where they accelerate and do well.
We'll have to see if that is the case. We are into game 1 of the evening here in the UK Masters, week 5, day 2. It's Bulldog Esports versus District. Let's get on to the Summoner's Rift.
Well, first game of the second day of week 5 here. It is a predicted 2-0, you would say, for District. District probably predicted to 2-0 everybody. Maybe, have they played M&M already? I don't believe they have.
I don't think they have, but they may have done.
So M&M probably the only team that's going to provide a serious contending threat. XL on their absolute best could maybe take a map or even the win in extreme circumstances. But for the most part, District are probably anticipated to 2-0 everybody. They tried to do a 4-man stack in that bot lane. They're going to get punished because Candyfloss was seen by Sir there on Karma.
It just, like, Toaster and Tor can stay here.
Sure.
Sir can check the bush, of course, with that Inner Flame as well. They don't really mind having... There's 2 people in the bottom side there. And Kadril and Faxi coming down hasn't really cost them much. No. The only thing you could say is Drawblank maybe could have gone a little bit aggressive as soon as they spotted out Candyfloss and got a ward around that blue buff, just to make sure they knew where the Evelynn was. But Evelynn 9 times out of 10 has to start at blue anyway.
The problem is that you didn't know that anyone else was there apart from Candyfloss. So you could have made the assumption, but had you then wandered into the blue side jungle by yourself to get a ward down and were caught out by Ryze and Nasus, you know, you could be receiving a lot of pain. So the information that they had, it was safer to just play the defensive options. They're going to try and catch out Toaster and Tor here.
Faxilus will get caught. A little bit of damage coming out from Toaster. Good Mantra Inspire, but Faxilus taking the pain. Toaster looking for Sir now. Will force him back. That 4th shot is huge. Bouncing grenade coming down as well. And Factiolus and Sur did not win out that early trade.
They weren't anticipating that stack there. You didn't actually need to pick up the kill, although Toaster and Tor, I'm sure, would have liked one. It just gives them that pressure in the laning phase. Now, you've already forced a lot of pots out of Sir. Factiolus was denied a couple of creeps at the start of the laning phase, and you can see how scared he was in that particular situation. Actually, at the end of this, you're going to end up with only a 1 CS advantage going over to Toaster regardless, so maybe it's more about experience at this point in time.
Faxi looks to have taken that Spirit Fire as his first choice on skills. Not going to put those points in towards the Siphon Strike yet.
I think just basically trying to maintain some sort of wave pressure early on here, even though it's going to be very difficult against Kennen regardless. I guess at this point it's just trying to push the wave so that he can get it in a good position at level 2 to try and freeze it as best as possible.
I think also it means that if level 99 on this Kennen did try and freeze the lane a little bit further up and try to harass Faxi down, he could just use that Spirit Fire from a lot longer range to try and farm himself up. It's not a disadvantage for him yet. However, I think we both agree that Kennen should start to win out the matchup as it progresses on bit by bit. And he's getting good trades in. Faxi is using that passive really well to actually get himself some life back in a lot of the trades.
Yeah, he's also got that Corrupting Potion, which he hasn't even had to use one stack of at this point in time. So actually, level 99 Bulldog, just not harassing as much as you would expect Kennen to be doing. I mean, I would be stepping up at every given opportunity, stopping that Siphoning Strike come through, everywhere I could. Toaster is way too aggressive there in his positioning, gets punished for it by Sir.
Part of that, I think, is as well, though, Candy Floss has gone in for the blue buff, trying to steal this one away, and so they knew they needed to be a little bit aggressive in the bot lane to make sure that Factiolus and Sur could.
But you could have just pushed the wave up, right?
No.
Yeah, you could have just pushed the wave, but you didn't need to sort of step up and take a whole mantra in a flame to the face. But I think because of the early trade, you would have expected Factiolus to have used his pot, which he hasn't. So actually now Factiolus has a little bit of a advantage in terms of that flat sustain he can provide himself in a small situation where he may need it. But you do have Tor on the Nami with the Ebb and Flow. That should be able to keep Toaster in a fighting position, and Toaster himself won't be too fussed at the outcome of that poor trade in his favor.
So let's have a look in the mid lane here. Kadril has had the opportunity to go back and pick up a Tear of the Goddess. Now, Nyx is behind on CS and hasn't backed away to pick up any items yet.
Yeah, that's just a kind of the sort of difference between Kadril and Nyx at this point in time. Kadril just able to make sure he's hitting every single CS, push the wave into such an extent where maybe Nyx wasn't able to farm the turret as effectively. I want to see actually what Faxi's maxing here, because it looks like he's putting a lot of points. He's actually maxing Spirit Fire. So
it makes sense.
It totally makes sense, because the cooldown of Siphoning Strike is still, you can reduce. Oh, he's going AP Nasus.
Okay, now this might not be full AP Nasus. Having the mana and a little bit of AP under your belt for laning phase can actually be pretty strong. So that's why you go Doran's Ring instead of build up.
Okay, yeah, right. I love that. I love that. I totally love that. That's definitely some way you could be going with that. But this is, yeah, I think by maxing Spirit Fire and going Doran's Rings, that leads me towards AP Nasus. This is kind of like ARAM Nasus. This is the Nasus I would play on ARAM.
Yeah.
So I sort of theorized all this. Oh, he's got good mid-game tower push threat. He's going to be pushing heavily. Once he picks up certain items, taking towers as quickly as physically possible. He can still do that as AP Nasus. I mean, you can still build up that Siphoning Strike. He may even go something like a Lich Bane, in which case then you sort of take towers
like
a
Sheen item of some sort.
Yeah, well, you take towers like a madman, because obviously Lich Bane is great for taking towers. We all know that.
Nyx is going to take a big trade here. Kadril just takes him down with the overload. Kadril with the first blood of the game.
Yeah, Nyx could have flashed, but didn't have the opportunity to there, because I think he actually got locked up in a double length Flux room prison, so he was stuck for a little bit longer there at that point in time. You can see Faxi able to do a lot of damage, but the fact is that the Spirit Fire is on such a long cooldown that it's just not a super effective trading tool. I'm genuinely interested as to whether this is going to be just a double Doran's into a normal Nasus build. But honestly, why would you need to go double Doran's Nasus if you're trying to do it for the mana regen? A lot of people would just end up going for Glacial Shroud and taking the mana and the.
Okay, so the reason I've just looked at his AP at the moment. He's on 30. And Doran's Rings give you 30 exactly. So my thought is that this is purely for laning phase. He's just getting the spirit.
Okay. I get you coming from. He's saying, I'm maxing Spirit Fire, I'm taking
I just
some
want to
Doran's.
clear the lane. I
I'm-
want to push the cannon back.
I'm clearing Doran's rings. I am basically attempting to clear waves as best as
Yeah.
I possibly can, and then I'm harassing Kennen where possible. I will take that. Thank you for looking at his AP. I will take that. That could be a perfectly viable way of shoving a Kennen in consistently.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, with Siphon Strike, you don't actually need to max it. You get as many stacks on it, however many points you put into it.
Yeah, no, totally.
So you can get that up and then max it second if you want. You could even max it with a second.
But
and
you
just
do
keep
you
1
do
point
get
in
cooldown
Siphon
reduction,
Strike.
I think, on Siphoning Strike when you max it, so it
Yeah, it
becomes easy.
reduces the cooldown.
So it becomes easier to stack by maxing it. The problem is this is great for shutting down Kennen's ability to shove Nasus into tower. And the fact that he has gone some AD in his runes here, I believe, because he's got 73 there. And he's got a lot of defensive itemization. Actually, I will double check, actually, because he might have just gone full tank here, like a full tank runes.
Yeah,
and
I'm trying to think if 70. I don't know the level 6
I wish
AD.
I wish I knew the level
six.
6 AD from Nasus, but I feel like he's got a lot of armor and magic resist here. He could have just gone full tank in that respect. And then he's just picked up the AP on top of it.
It's definitely a possibility, and I'm enthralled to see how this build develops as the game continues on.
You're enthralled.
I am enthralled. Like, it's so rare that you see a unique top lane pick, because top lane especially it's a set of very specific hero champions that we see time and time again.
No,
Kennen, Gnar, Trundle. Well, Trundle's coming into it now.
Poppy,
and
Jace,
Jace.
yeah,
That's
Rumble,
really what you see.
sometimes
Rumble
Fiora.
sometimes. Very rarely Fiora, only if someone's really a one-trick on her. And very, very rarely Yasuo.
Aurelia sometimes.
Again, it's someone who's played her for a long time.
Yeah, okay.
Nasus is someone that I cannot remember seeing competitive play for at least 2 seasons.
Yeah, I haven't seen it since, I think the last person I saw play it was Darshan from CLG.
Oh, good old Darshan.
I think it was still Zion Spartan at that point, but he played it quite a while ago, and I remember he just used it for that mid-game tower pushing strategy. But yeah, I guess what you are aiming to achieve here with the double Doran's max Spirit Fire is just clearing waves, shoving Kennen in, making sure that he can't get that opportunity.
Just so that you know, Nasus have 73 AD at level 6.
Oh, you've just looked up
I've
for me.
checked it up.
Well, so he actually went basically full tank runes here, so he still could be AP Nasus.
It's not going to be AP Nasus. It's going to be tank Nasus with a couple of Doran's rings to start off. Deadly Flourish on Sur, the flash in by Toaster, flash heal away. And Factiolus keeps his support alive, but can he keep himself alive? Because Toaster and
Here comes
Paul
Stroller
looking for
Blank,
the
though.
dive. Yeah, Nyx is actually going to do a lot of work onto Cadril here, dodging out the overloads. Needs to get away. There's the miasma. Nyx going to fate into Cadril here. The Rise doing work, though, and will take the kill. Draw a blank in the bottom lane. Factiolus gets the headshot there. There's the Piltover Peacemaker, and Draw a blank will flash in with the Tempest crippled and take down the Jhin.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Toaster was thinking in that situation. They stray Lee Sin, Sonic Wave, or the flash from him coming in with the Tempest and Cripple would have definitely killed him like it did. And yeah, he's just overstaying a little bit too aggressive with his positioning right there, and they're going to shove this wave in quite readily. I think I'm on board with your theory about Faxi here. I think maybe you just take this so you clear waves very quickly, and then you go down that full tank route, and sort of stack your Siphoning Strike as it goes. Having another quick set of disconnects coming out from Bulldog. Saw a bone and has run off. I know, it's great.
That was great. Especially since it's Factiolus who's disconnected as well. I feel you need a pun about being Factiolus. Fabulous. That's what it's meant to be, isn't it? It's fabulous, but with
Maybe
X
he just
there.
loves sending faxes.
Yeah. Or he finds faxes in themselves. Amazing.
You sure?
This is actually a little bit of an unfortunate disconnect because Factiolus is in that bottom lane and Candyfloss was just setting himself up for a gank down there.
Yeah.
Has hit that level 6, so has Agony's Embrace as well. We'll be looking to see if perhaps he needs to back away from that. At the moment, assuming Factiolus is reconnected, he's far enough away.
He's not engaged, right? And they don't
Yeah.
know he's there. Even if he's disconnected, he'll reconnect and then he'll be able to
Yeah.
resume from where he's from. So, you know, Candyfloss can come down and make that gank and there'll be no harm done by it. So, what we're seeing so far is mainly that mid lane again. We do tend to see Cadril do this, sort of gets leaps and bounds ahead of his opposition member. I can't wait to see the Cadril Larson matchup. I think that's going to be really solid to see. Larson generally the shining light of M&M. District are kind of all round quite good, but you would say Cadril outperforms on a 1v1 basis most on his team. Candyfloss probably one of the strongest junglers we have, especially if he lands something like an Evelynn. So I'm looking forward to seeing that particular matchup. But here you're just mainly seeing Kadril do what he does best, becomes 1v1 champion in a lot of senses, just dominates his lane opponent. He's putting a lot of pressure here onto Nyx on this Cassiopeia, and it's difficult as Cassiopeia to trade effectively into Ryze. You're seeing Nyx do the right things. What you generally tend to do is Ryze will always run at you. So he'll run at you and try to use his combo. He'll get a lot of damage down in that respect. But what you often see Cassiopeias do is block his retreat, because Ryze likes to run in, stun you up, and then sort of run away. And what you'll see Cassiopeias do is land that miasma behind him, saying, well, if you run through that, I'm going to then just spam you with Twin Fangs. And then you say, well, you've got to run around it. I can start using my Q, and I can get a trade back in my favor, sometimes even come out on top. But the fact is you're just so far behind. Both the Catalyst and the Tear and the Dark Seal is there for Kadril. So even if... and you saw that last trade, Nyx did the right moves. Like the miasma went behind. He said, you can't retreat. You have to go full on, consistent trade with me. And as Cassiopeia in general, if you're on a level peg, Cassiopeia will win that because she just out DPSs anybody on a consistent basis if she has the mana. But with the fact you're just down to huge power spikes from Ryze. I mean, Catalyst and Tear and now Dark Seal. Dark Seal less of a power spike, but Catalyst and Tear, huge power spikes for the Ryze, and that means his damage goes to the roof at that point, just for that point in the game. So no matter how you played that as Nyx, you're going to struggle.
It's like Kadril is the iguana from planet Earth, and Nyx are the snakes as the iguana's trying to slip its way through. And up until now, Kadril's always been able to slip his way through the body of snakes. Have you not watched?
I have, but the iguana never actually killed a snake.
No, but he got away.
Yeah, but
that's what Kadril has to try and do with the miasma. Eventually, I'm sure one of those iguanas killed a snake.
Probably, when they grew up and hit their, they hit their power spikes, the giant spines going down their back, and then they just jump out.
Iguana power spike.
Snake.
This is an educational stream. You guys would never learn this.
We don't want to spoil too much of Planet Earth 2 for you guys. But if you do want to go and watch an educational documentary that is on the BBC that isn't esports, Planet Earth 2, I would recommend.
Very enjoyable. It took 10 years for them to collect all of the
other media channels are available, but it's on the BBC.
It's on the BBC. 10 years for them to collect all the data for that. Almost as long as it feels like we've been waiting in this pause thus far.
Pretty much. What did you like? What did you like about Planet Earth?
I haven't actually seen the whole thing.
You haven't seen the whole thing?
I watch it with my girlfriend. I saw the clip on Reddit.
Okay. I won't spoil it for you then. Yeah, I've had a lot of favorite moments from that first episode.
The other really enjoyable clip I've seen recently is the penguin clip. Have you seen the penguin clip? It's not from Planet Earth.
Oh, the one where he gets mad?
Yes. He gets so mad.
Great.
The penguin slap fights. It's like, I'm going to get you.
But like me and you, penguins, when they have a mate, it's usually a mate for life, right? So.
Well, yes, that's true.
So, you
realize you implied that we're mates for life there.
We are.
Anyway, it was and so many Twitter memes have come out of that penguin.
Yeah.
Like if the Hey Arnold where he holds his hand down in a fist. And
that's Hey Arthur.
Hey Arthur.
Come on, mate.
Sorry, man. Anyway, but now you've got the flipper there. when you see your girl cheating on another man, there's the flipper down in the ground.
That's good.
Anyway, we are still in this pause, obviously, so we will have to.
We should mention some stuff about the game.
Well, what I want to do quickly first is just mention our new sponsor for the night. It's HP, who make the Omen. I'm sure all of you guys have seen the great YouTube clips around with Kai Knight's face. Yeah, HP Omen. Here we are. We're also sponsored by AOC Gaming, who are a superb gaming company. Make some very good screens. Also, I've been told I've yet to be given one, but hopefully at some point I will. I realized I was making some really odd gestures underneath the table because I was trying to open this water bottle and could have looked a little bit strange.
I didn't want to say anything, but it's fine. Also, I just want to note that there is some really solid offers at Game right now.
Yes.
There's games going for...
There are deals in our weekly sale here at Game. Make sure you tune in to find out more next time in the Game Deals Workshop, half off.
Oh, it's so many fake doors.
I did not expect the Rick and Morty reference.
We've got games here, everybody. There's so many fake games.
Stay on my personal space, man.
We've got games for $39.99. We've got games for $49.99.
And then he's in the car and he's driving home. It's like, and the advert hasn't even finished yet. We got games at home.
Yeah, you thought.
Console games, PC games, Master Race games. Who knows what games? $16.99 at your local game store.
Oh man, okay.
Why didn't they hire us for those videos?
I know. We should have done that. I would be way better than Jay from In-Betweeners.
Would you though?
I know, probably not.
No, that's what Emily tells me. Anyway, we are trying to wait to get back into the action. Let's have a talk about this lineup really coming out from Bulldog. Now, you say they're much more about disengaging and re-engaging the fight when they need to. You picked targets for that Lee Sin kick before the game started. You said Ryze or Jhin as your two main
Probably not
options.
Ryze anymore.
Yeah, Ryze has kind of fallen out of favour here for that Lee Sin.
Honestly, I think it's going to come to a point where it's sort of like you take what you can get for Bulldog Esports. So if there's someone that appears and they're isolated and you're like, oh, I can get a kick and maybe we can get like a 1v5 with this situation, go for it. But we're still very early into the game. You know, it's a very small gold lead right now. But the way the mid lane is going, you maybe don't want to kick Ryze into your team because with that shield and the sheer damage output that you'll have, especially with the flux and the overload, that's like team-wide damage that you just do not want to happen. Even if you do get a kick, with all of the damage that you do have on Bulldog, there is every chance that Kadril's going to get a full combo with the flux and the overload on. So that's a lot of team-wide damage to have to contend with. So maybe you think less about Ryze at this point in time, depending on how it goes.
I think the problem is, usually you'd look at kicking the jungler in as well, because it'd be something like a Nidalee or an Elise who you could take down.
Yeah.
Candyfloss is always going to be invisible in fights. You're never going to be able to spot him out until he joins the fight at his opportune moment, so you can't kick him in. And really, you fall on just kicking Toaster in. And Toaster's like, he does burn his flash aggressively a lot of the time, so perhaps that's a slight mishap for him, but his positioning is usually pretty solid.
Yeah, well, one thing, Toaster's brilliant, right? In general, there was
I
only...
do like my bread.
Yeah, I love my bread as
Toasters
well.
are brilliant.
So generally in what you see from Toaster...
Deals. On our Toaster lineup. Okay. Brown toast, white toast, multi-loaf, what do you know? Sliced bread, bloomers, baps, and cobs for all of your toasting needs. Make sure you go to toast.com.
We've just got the sort of the disparity between me wanting to be moderately serious.
Wait, you're the straight edge.
This is how it goes.
Yeah, you're the straight edge and I'm
generally
the
I only meme occasionally.
You are the Morty to my Rick.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'm the sort of the passive aggressive child, and you're the guy who, I don't know, how do you even describe
I'm the
Rick?
wacky uncle who just seems like he's
the
alcoholic.
alcoholic.
Let's not go that far down that route. Anyway, we are back into the game finally. It's District versus Bulldog, and let's get back into the action as both these teams fight off in the bottom lane. Agnes Embrace from Candyfloss looking for Sir. Will take him down. No! Survives! Candyfloss has to jump in, and now Faxilus can do work. There's a teleport coming in as well. This might be Tor spelling his doom. Very late teleport, actually, from level 99. Not able to get there in time to take down the Nami.
Yep, and now Nasus is going to have a lot of time with that Siphoning Strike, which is currently not too stacked at this point in time. I will just double check.
Press 1 on your keyboard.
Yes, he's got 75, so he might even be able to get a bit of pressure onto this turret, but on a 7-second cooldown, it's not going to be going down instantaneously. I probably would have cancelled that teleport from Bulldog.
Yeah.
Give a little bit of credit over to Faxilus' trap there. That was a great placement of trap to Candyfloss to flash directly into, resulting in them picking up the kill at the end of it. That was some solid Caitlyn trap placement at that point in time, but Faxi is just going to ham on this turret. This is kind of what Nasus is picked for in a lot of situations. He will take turrets very quickly.
How much is his extra AP given his Siphoning Strike? Can you just hover over it? Because I think it has an AP scaling. Press 1 on your keyboard. There we go. And then hover over it. So it's got 78 extra damage. Oh, it's AD scaling. It's not an AP.
Yeah, you don't get AD scaling from Siphoning Strike. That is the one in the blue is how much damage he's got from. So you get a 1-to-1 ratio with your AD, and then you get
Mate,
the extra.
Infinity Edge Nasus. I know I've done it before.
Oh, they actually get the kick.
Kicked in. Sonic Wave comes out. Petrifying Gaze. Dodge. Kadril will go down in this exchange, and they don't manage to save him. Tor did come up to try and see what he could do, but Kadril just not able to slip away. The Iguana got caught out by the snakes.
Yeah, draw a blank on this Lee Sin, putting a lot of pressure down. Candyfloss now is going to be...
Should be able to take out Draw a Blank, can look for the chase. Red buff is ticking, but the Inspire gets Draw a Blank out. Here's the curtain call. It's up to Sir. He didn't block them out.
He clipped the edge.
Toaster clips the edge, as you say. Gets the kill. First turret falls in the top side as well for District.
Yeah, this is Nasus doing what he does best. That was a rotate down by Bulldog. Actually, Candyfloss is going to try and catch him out.
Has to flash. Had to get out of there. That cannon actually took a lot of pain.
I'm guessing just
Faxi.
straight up from those Spirit Fires.
Yeah.
I would love to see where Faxi goes next. He's probably sitting on a considerable amount of gold at this point in time. Yeah, he's got 2,500, so we will know very shortly. I would imagine he goes into tank from here, or at least maybe down a Sheen-orientated path, because you're going to be wanting to take these turrets pretty quickly. I would not be surprised to see a Triforce. If we do continue down the AP route, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lichbane, but it does make him quite vulnerable if he chooses to go that first, which I don't expect him to do.
Tor takes a tether to the face, dodges out the Aqua Prism. Here comes Kadril with the Ghost, going to get onto Sir. There's the Rune Prison, and there's Sir falling. Kadril says, thank you very much. I'll take your knighthood away. does get jumped on with that Sonic Wave. Not going to chase it in with the Resonating Strike, and Tor will just eat a trap for his
So he is going Sheen. He's also picked up the Mercury Treads, which makes a lot of sense in this situation. Now, we still don't really get much of an indication of where he's going to go further. This Toaster now a target for Draw Blank. He's probably dead.
Draw Blank has the Dragon's Rage. Deadly Flourish comes out, has to kick him away, but Tor and Candy Floss, right at the right moment, come to save their AD carry and take down the enemy as well. Candy Floss with his second kill of the game.
Yeah, Candy Floss, right place at the right time there. I feel like Draw Blank was holding off on that Dragon Range a little bit too hard. He could have potentially looked for the execute with that Sonic Wave, or used it a little bit earlier when Toaster was on a low HP following or pre-heal. You could have maybe tried to catch Toaster out in that sense, but a lot of pressure coming down to these turrets. A lot of pressure going down onto level 99 Bulldog there. Sheen.
Spirit Fire, of course, reduces the enemy's magic resist as well.
And armor.
And armor.
Yep.
So it's a massive shred to get through.
It's you have armor reduced by...
It's just armor reduced, and they take extra magic damage. My apologies. We do actually see Sir getting a 1v1 kill there onto Toaster, who had flash, but didn't think he could get away from the tether. Kadriel able to solo out his blue means that Candy Floss has a bit more time to work out exactly where he wants to position himself in the jungle. And Kadriel, as you say, has got that Catalyst of Aeons, has the Tear of the Goddess as well, and a Negatron Cloak now. Perhaps something Bulldog will want to invest in with this Nasus doing so much work.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I don't even think Nasus is going to become a point where he will be fighting in a teamfight situation. He's actually going to go in here. It's a 3 versus 1 Sona.
Pops the Fury of the Sands. They are looking for the kill. There's this tether. Draw Blank can now jump across the wall. They'll go for the stuns. Here comes Tor with the ebb and flow. And Faxi wasn't in range. Double bubble, as you say. Now Bulldog going to try and get onto Faxi. They will take him out. Level 99 survives with the stun onto Candy Floss. Where is Draw Blank? He looks like he's escaped down towards the bottom of the fight. Tor might get caught up again, but they need to be careful of those Aqua Prisms.
The Spirit Fire had just dropped off, and they weren't able to pick up those executing kills for Candy Floss. He's going to be jumping in on here to Draw Blank.
Oh, he lands it onto Tor for a second. I thought he'd taken that Nami out as well, but Tor just ebbs and flows and picks himself up the kill.
All this kerfuffle, however, has meant that they're just going to get a good engage. I think Faxilus is maybe dead.
Flashes away. Here comes the curtain call. Pops the ace in the hole. Stands still for it. Toaster says, thank you very much. I can hit a sitting duck, which is exactly what Faxilus was.
Yeah, that Fax is going nowhere, my friend. Oh.
Return to sender, says Candy Floss. He sends Sura back to the fountain, and after what was a pretty slow early game, actually, it's now 10 and 5. Kadriel still looking for this as well. Nyx landed the Noxious Blast, so he's able to get the extra movement speed to get himself away.
So this is classic District, by the way. District, in a nutshell, is their ability to win lane. They draw pressure from winning lane so hard. I mean, Nasus won lane against the Kennen. In somehow, you know, he's 40 CS up. A lot of it came down to a pretty poorly chosen teleport coming out from level 99 Bulldog, but that drew pressure to the top lane because he was sieging onto that tier 2 very rapidly.
There's a 50 CS discrepancy between the two
exactly.
of them. That is huge.
Exactly, and that basically drew pressure up to the top lane for everybody on the side of Bulldog Esports, and that just meant they could take their bot lane tower because they rotated down. They had pressure in the mid lane tower consistently because no one was there to defend, and Nyx just felt a little bit too vulnerable under tower versus Kadriel by himself, and the fact that Toaster was there too. It's just the fact that they win lane so hard, the other team feels they need to respond by multiple members relieving pressure, and then by relieving pressure, you know, you end up allowing the rest of District to siege onto something and take another global objective, which accelerates their overall gold lead. This is just what District does every single game, and it's District in a nutshell. By the way, he is going Trinity Force here, so it is going to be more of a standard-orientated Nasus build. Just went for the early Spirit Fire max to contend with the fact that he wanted to push wave against Kennen, allowed him to get onto that turret more readily, and actually gave him an ability to win some trades as well.
Still can't believe he thought he was going to go Lich Bane.
Well, I don't know.
At the time, it seemed like a possibility. But I can understand this build a lot more as it develops. Now, 5 members of Bulldog are down here, and if they don't get anything out of this,
yeah, look at the pings.
It's such a sacrifice.
Look at the pings coming on the mid lane. I mean, Kadriel is there now, looking to siege onto tier 2 mid lane. Now she's going to try and turn this round with
Nyx
Toaster.
takes a curtain call. Candy Floss gets stunned up with the Petrifying Gaze. Here's the Tidal Wave as well. Sur has to flash away. Tidal Wave connects. Sur goes down, Draw a Blank, takes out Toaster off towards the side. Here is Kadriel. He says, hello, Nyx. I will nix your life and send you back to the fountain. Only 2 members left alive here for Bulldog. and they are backing away as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and they only lost Toaster in the result of that. I think that came down to Draw Blank finding an execute on him. Draw Blank really had a very solid performance on this Lee Sin, but really is the only person.
Warp looking for the chase. Doesn't get them any closer. The Rune Prism will connect though, and Draw a Blank should fall to Kadril, just spamming out the masteries. There's a little bit of a joke. Kadril takes him down. 5 and a 1 on that rise. Something perhaps you need to ban out next game.
Illustrated perfectly what the Nasus achieved there by being so hard pressure in the bot lane because of that. Oh, okay, Bulldog's dead.
Yep. Oh, Aquaprism does come out. There's the Overload as well. Bulldog escapes because he dodges out the second Overload. But it was a very close call. Candyfloss dives the turret. Here's Faxi looking for that siphoning strike. Not going to be able to connect onto Sur. Almost goes down. The ace in the hole will take him out. It's his second death of the game. But Faxi, as you say, isn't there to get kills. He's there to push lanes.
Yeah, he's there to push lanes and take turrets. I think Nyx is dead here.
Once again, Nyx is going to fall. Kadril says, that's my kill. Thank you very much, Toaster. I want to be 6 and a 1. 15 kills to 7 here at Scoundrel District, looking strong.
So what we saw previously and what we're seeing over and over again is the ability for Faxi to push lanes very quickly because of the way he's decided to build with the Kadril.
There is the knockback, not into tower base. Draw Blank trying to make the plays, but the rest of his team just not there to support him.
Yeah, we'll ignore that for the moment. That was an attempted isolation for level 99 Bulldog to pick off a stun, but didn't manage to do so. But anyway, back to the point. Faxi brings people to this lane, and what you see there is a 5-man response from Bulldog Esports, resulting in the ability to pressure other lanes and also find the ability to turn it around too. They didn't pick up a turret, but because obviously Faxi was able to get out, they found a really good opportunity to turn that fight on its head, all set up through Toaster's ultimate, which drew pressure directly to Toaster, which meant that they could then... yeah, we're going to see a ZZ Rot portal.
Yeah,
here.
it's a little bit odd, although if you want to just have him as a lane pusher, it kind of makes a bit of sense. You've already got Rod and Tyr, so you're stacking yourself up. You've got the mobility boots to try and roam as much as possible as well.
Yeah, man.
But then he's just going to ZZ Rot in the mid lane to continue that lane pushing up and probably go up towards the top side of the map and try and split Bulldog between top and bot lane.
Yeah, well, essentially what you are saying as Rise here is that I have the ability to 1v1 anybody with just a Rod of Ages, and obviously my tier stacking up too. I'm going to have this ZZ Rot portal to continue to apply pressure, give them a little bit of protection against this hybrid damage coming out in the form of Kennen, Caitlyn, and Cassiopeia, as well as a fairly fed Lee Sin, so I can kind of see some of the theory behind it there. Wouldn't recommend this build at home, however, children, because it's
maybe if you're 6 and 1 up.
Maybe if you're 6 and 1 up in your district versus Bulldog Esports, but in other situations, don't think this is the most viable Rise build in the world. But you know, Kadril can make it work. It panders to the situation that they are in, and you know, he's able to push waves consistently with it. No one can 1v1 him at this point in time. So that you know, in that respect, it makes absolute sense.
I think he also wants to try and make sure he's still the highest farmer in the game. Faxi's approaching it quickly. Petrifying Gaze onto him. Hasn't actually done any damage to Nyx underneath his tower yet. There's the Fury of the Sands as well. Nyx is doing quite a good job, but just can't survive through the siphoning strike. And it will be Faxi getting his second kill. And Nyx just can't do anything at the moment.
That's the benefit of taking Nasus with Flash, by the way. A lot of people wouldn't usually take Nasus with Flash. There was a very big sort of movement when Nasus used to only take Ghost.
Yeah.
But people are realizing that Flash Siphoning Strike is very important. I think this could be some kills.
It could be. They might just be looking for the turret. They'll take out Draw a Blank, tanking up the tower as well. Factiolus has to flash from Kadril, who would have taken him out otherwise. That is the tower falling 6th of the game. Faxi's still pushing in here. Bulldog's going to come across level 99 trying to see what he can do to this Nasus, but with the Wither, Faxi says, here is my damage, feel my roar. And that's, well, wolf? Is that a wolf? Dog? The dog. The level 99
I know
Nasus Doge
I know why they
out
picked
the level 99 Bulldog.
I know why they took Nasus now. To beat Bulldog.
To beat the Doges,
to beat Bulldog Esports with a dog.
Sometimes you just got to crack out the dog. I did pick up a double Raptors cloak there for a second as well, so it looks like he's going to be going up towards
his own.
A ZZ Rot
yeah.
of his own. This will be the inhibitor going down. District.
I mean, you could build
dominant once
you
again.
could build whatever you like, I think, for District at this point in time. At least what they're building has some kind of semblance
Draw
or relevance.
Not Kadril back, not into tower range. Kadril low on mana, but has enough to help Toaster get the kill. Candyfloss flashes in as well. Factiolus will fall. Candyfloss helps Toaster. A double for the Jhin. And finally, he's starting to make his KDA a little bit more presentable.
So what you're doing with this double ZZ Rot, apart from, you know, not being the most optimal build in the world, is you're able to pressure multiple lanes very quickly, and you know, for the likelihood is you probably won't have the wave clear apart from Cassiopeia to deal with the push that the ZZ Rot portal can provide. They are going to try and finish the game at 20 minutes here, but without a minion wave. Oh, the reverse Cassiopeia ultimate.
Yeah, he messed up that flash Petrifying Gaze. There is a thing you can do. You cast it behind yourself and then flash in. and it goes the way you think it's going to go. That is actually going to be the surrender vote coming out here for level 99 Bulldog. Bulldog Esports just not able to win it out today. They will fall to District in game 1. 20.5 minutes, Scoundrel. Pretty one-sided performance.
Yeah, but that's what District has been pulling out pretty much all season long. They are the ultimate favourites to take the UK Masters by, complete sweep, and they are continuing to do so thus far. Sonar is just checking the damage done.
I love having a look at the damage done, especially in one-sided games, because Rise did more than Cassio and Caitlyn combined. In fact, Karma did the most damage on the Bulldog Esports team.
Makes sense because she's got quite high base damages, and the Mantra Inner Fire can do a lot there. So without them having the time to scale, you're probably going to see Karma doing the most damage in that short game. Now, I just want to raise a note that a lot of people are probably saying, haha, they're trolling. We know that wasn't the most serious set of builds in the world coming out from District, but we can't straight up say that they're trolling because there was some semblance or relevance for
I think the thing is, District always, sometimes if they're so far ahead, they'll build eclectic builds. They always work in the moment. It's just, if it was a more even game, you wouldn't. It's not the most optimal.
These are builds that you build when you're about 10k ahead at 10 minutes. That's pretty much straight up what.
But they work for the team in the moment.
This is the point. I'm saying you can't say they're actually full out trolling because at least they have some relevance to what they want to achieve. So double ZZ Rot on Nasus ZZ Rot is fine. That makes complete sense. Nasus does exactly what he wants with the ZZ Rot. He pushes waves consistently, pressures towers in the mid game. That's super important. Rise, however, maybe not so much. But what it achieves is their ability, if they had needed more time, which they didn't, is their ability to split push two solo strong laners in the side lanes, continuously put a wave pressure down, which the amount of wave clear that Bulldog had would never be able to deal with it. So, in a way, it makes sense in that respect. But you wouldn't see if they were on an even game. Against M&M, you would not expect them to build ZZ Rot on a Rise, for instance. But in this particular instance, kind of makes sense. Fine.
Fine indeed. Well, District are 1-0 up here in their best of 2 series versus the team's name I forgot for some reason. Bulldog, that's the one. I'm sorry. Against Bulldog. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with the second game of the series. I'm Sona. This is Scoundrel. Make sure you stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the UK Masters. You might wonder why I'm having a little snigger as we get into the cast. Well, it's because as soon as the lights were about to come up, I heard from our production crew, why is that doing that? Which is a great thing to hear when a production is about to start.
I've got to say to the guy who generally does most of the timings to us, Shed, that was a very quick 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was
where did that 30 seconds go?
It's about 4.5 seconds, perhaps. Anyway, we are back into lobby and ready for the second game of District versus Bulldog Esports. It's going to be a close one. Said not many people ever, as District were very one-sided in the first game. 20.5 minutes it took them to take down the Nexus, or to pull out the surrender vote at least. They are on the red side now. Perhaps we will see that Rise back.
Yeah. You could ban anything you want, and I still think that the outcome would be pretty similar in a lot of respects. Caedrel's champion pool is very deep. He can play most metas at this point in time. We saw him during the Schalke weeks. Absolutely dominate on things like Vladimir, on things like Orianna in some cases as well. So You know, there are multiple things that I think Kadril brings out here. His rise with his 1v1 potential is probably his best in that sense. I generally tend to see him outplay the most in that scenario. He can be the most aggressive on that particular champion, so maybe that's something that, if you are Bulldog, you think, well, maybe I don't want to face up against that again. Maybe we need to give Rory or Nyx a little bit more space, a little bit more outplay potential than you can do against the Rise, who can just run at you, and if you aren't mechanically capable or able to deal with that aggressive maneuver, you can see where that's coming from.
That you can. We are about to get into the game. Picks and bans starting here between District and Bulldog Esports. So we'll have to see what those bans are going to be.
I would imagine Rise. I think if you are going to change your ban strategy, you go for Rise. I think Evelyn is a perfectly viable ban as well. Candy Floss, although didn't pop off crazy amounts that game,
he still did a huge amount.
He still did a huge amount of work. And in general, Candy Floss, it is his most played champion in solo queue. He is very, very good with Evelyn. And he does like to run riot, especially heavy AP builds when playing against teams that he can snowball from. And you know, everyone knows what happens when you play against an AP Evelyn in some respects. It just Rick rolls you through. Rise is on the ban strategy. I would not be surprised to see Evelyn come out last.
It's Jace and Zyra and Nidalee as the other bans coming out. Evelyn, as you say, a possibility here. The problem is, you leave things like Syndra open, you leave other strong picks available as well.
Yeah, maybe you aren't that worried about Candy Floss having
more worried about him having Olaf than Evelyn.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Candy Floss has played a lot of stuff. He can play pretty much everything. And like, the District are very adaptable as a team. I just think that, you know, if Candy Floss gets the chance to play Evelyn, he will. Now, the last ban here could be Syndra, because you don't want to give Rory Syndra. But now that it's not Syndra, you would imagine, given how much that Nyx does play, Syndra would be the first lock.
It is going to be the Syndra lock in here. I don't think Kadril will be too scared of that, in all honesty. He's played into a lot of Syndras over his time, and usually pretty strong into it. Maybe pick up that Elise, the Cassio for himself.
Or the Vladimir.
Or the Vladimir as well, always known as perhaps a slight counter to the Syndra, or someone who survives.
Someone who can survive, especially post-6, quite well against the Syndra. And actually, we know that Kadril himself is a very accomplished Vladimir player. I would expect to see Toaster picking up the Jhin on this rotation once more. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Jhin and Karma the locks. Zyra, of course, banned away, which means you're not going to be picking her as one of your main supports. And Karma probably the only other S-tier support, or the support we see picked most commonly. Now, you do have the option of something like a Kled. Level 99 has played that before, just as an aside. I don't think it will be, but here, if you're looking at support AD carry bot lane, I think Caitlyn, Nami, Ezreal, Nami are sort of your main picks if you're Bulldog.
Yeah, you might as well... look, if you want to deny a jungler, you take it. Draw a blank taking Lee Sin, that makes sense. You could probably pick up your support here as well without having to worry too much in respect, because there you go, or even your AD carry. So one part your bot lane, Caitlyn makes a lot of sense for Faxulous. It's probably the next best AD carry, and Lee Sin being picked away here for draw blank. Maybe less against Candy Floss, but more against the fact that he did particularly well on that champion last rotation round. And actually, maybe he can have more of an impact and snowball a little bit more heavily than he did previously.
Interestingly, though, Draw Blank does play a lot of Rek'Sai as well. We've seen him play that really well, and that's very strong into Evelyn because you can see her when you're in your burrowed form.
But in general, Lee Sin trades better into Evelyn.
Lee Sin trades better, but you can keep a bit more of an eye on where Candy is. And usually, actually, we'd say here that you've got the Olaf, Nidalee, and Elise bans, and then what junglers do you fall back onto because you've got the Lee Sin picked up. Because Candy Floss has that Evelyn in his back pocket, it means they don't have to worry about that depth of jungle strength that perhaps some other teams would.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't need to worry too much about banning all the major junglers out because he can just go straight for something like the Evelyn, which not a lot of the junglers will be confident to pick in a competitive match, whereas Candy Floss is always able to do so. So now on your final rotation here for Bulldog Esports, you take your support, which in a lot of cases probably going to be Nami with the Caitlyn at this point in time. You will get pushed in quite heavily with the Karma and Jhin, but I think Nami now stands as the sort of best what you can pick off here as Zyra has gone. Then as a top lane, I mean, what do you blind pick in this scenario?
Just crack out the Nasus.
I think maybe Gnar is perfectly acceptable to blind pick. I think you could take him. He does well into most matchups. You could also think about something a little bit more beefy, like a Poppy, which hasn't been banned. So I think, maybe there you go.
There is the Poppy, and it's Bard lock-in as well here. So, and sort of a flashback to a few splits ago, where a few patches ago, where we were seeing a lot more Bard play, usually during the summer split.
So Bard actually comes out sometimes when people feel They sort of have the advantage where they've played him a little bit more than the supports. They feel that they can be aggressive enough. They can lock people up. You can do a lot of harass with Bard. Although you do have to be careful because the output that comes from a Karma can often match you quite significantly. We're going to see a Fiora locked in here. Now, to be honest, after the Nasus pick, I wasn't ready to predict what facts he could potentially bring out to the field. But if you're going to pick something into a Poppy, I think Fiora is fine.
Yeah, very aggressive top laner, will be wanting to split push a lot of the time, of course.
Yeah.
And Poppy she can join team fights, and Keeper's Verdict gives you a lot, as does the Steadfast Presence. But we tend to see a lot of Poppies just trying to split push into enemy laners.
I think against the Fiora, especially once Ravenous Hydra comes through, that's kind of all you can do, because Ravenous Hydra Fioras will clear lanes like that. You know, she'll push waves over and over again, and you know you've got to weigh up how much impact you're going to have in a team fight as a Poppy versus how much you're going to gain from defending the split push versus Fiora. What you can often do is just, if you need to impact a team fight, you teleport. And if it goes your way because you teleported, great. You might lose a tower for it, but you know, what else can you take off the map following that team fight? You probably don't try and actively make team fight plays unless you're just so far behind in lane as well as in the game that you feel like you need to roam as that top laner to make these plays happen. So that's maybe what we see this Poppy do.
We'll have to see how it goes down. Let's have a talk about the compositions in general. On the side of Bulldog Esports, they have the Poppy, they've got Lee Sin, Syndra, Caitlyn, and Bard. Now, what are they trying to do with this composition?
It's got very good siege in that sense, and you just sort of, if you have the potential to, you can step up to a turret. You can zone very nicely with the Bard and the Syndra. You can, you know, you getting a bit late, isn't it, buddy?
Crack a Zyra out at some point.
Sorry,
you know,
you
when
can
you're not playing her.
So you can obviously zone quite well with the Syndra at the turrets and also the Bard, as well as Caitlyn being excellent in a siege scenario. She can set up traps. You can really zone quite well in that respect. Also, Bard can lock people up away from the turret. So if you manage to use your ultimate, you can then get free siege on the turret in some scenarios. Also, very good disengage. What Bard provides here is that a little bit like Nami, as soon as Toaster decides to use his ultimate, you just throw the Bard ultimate down.
Tempered Fate.
It's exactly Tempered Fate comes down, locks him up. It's a little bit quicker traveling than the Nami ultimate, so a little bit more instant reaction, and takes him out of the fight in general for a little bit longer. So while Nami wave will just knock him up and then allow him to move, Tempered Fate will obviously keep him out entirely, and that might give you the opportunity then to turn on to things like Candy Floss and Vladimir, so you can try and turn things around in your favor. And you do have a pretty good turnaround. I mean, if you can turn around and get a stun onto Candy Floss, put a trap down, lots of damage coming through, you could potentially see that working. But again, it's really difficult to theorize in this when we know so much about this specific matchup beyond the picks. This is all real theory that I don't ever see coming true.
Yes, because you just expect District to win the game.
Yeah, and I think as an analyst, it's unfair for me to say that this is all going to happen, because in general, you have to take more than just the picks into account here. You take the players, their play styles, the skill differences, the skill gap.
There's a big skill gap.
What we're likely going to see in this game, guys, is everybody in District win their lane and do exactly what they did last time, draw pressure to their lanes, take a turret or two in response, and end up having something like close to a 20-minute game again. And it's almost, I wish I could say something different. But I think the one sort of shining light that I have seen for Bulldog, Lee Sin. Draw Blank played really well on it.
That he did. He was able to catch out K-Drill a couple of times. The problem was, though, he was making good flashy, flash kick, safeguard kick plays. But the rest of the team just wasn't there to actually capitalize on them, or they weren't getting the kill off it anyway.
The problem is, as a jungler, if you are coming in to level the playing field, you're always going to be playing from behind. So that's what you were doing as Draw Blank here against District. You are coming in to level the playing field. You're not coming in to get your team ahead, you're coming to make sure your team doesn't lose.
Yeah.
You can never get yourself into a winning position unless you have a late game orientated team composition. You can never get yourself into a winning position as a jungler if you're just coming in to prevent your lane losing.
When you're joining a 2v2 as the jungler, you should be getting kills for your team. You shouldn't be getting your team out.
And those kills should be translating into a serious advantage for your lane, not making sure your lane doesn't lose hard. And this is something I talk about in solo queue jungling a lot. And a lot of people sort of have this mentality, and you see it a lot more in high elo.
I'm losing lane.
Exactly, you see people say, I'm losing lane, I need help. A lot of junglers will just, unless the gank is obvious, a lot of junglers will just ignore them. Because, you've lost lane. What's the point in coming to affect a losing lane? Because all I'm going to be doing is maybe leveling the playing field. But why did you lose lane on 1v1 in the first place? Is it because you had a matchup that was poor, which is fair enough? Or is it that you just got mechanically outplayed? And even if I come into lane and try and level things up for you, you're going to get mechanically outplayed again. So what's the point?
I think the problem is a lot of the time, sort of, especially about solo queue, not in coordinated play. If someone's lost lane a few times, they won't, or lost an early matchup, they won't know how to play safe enough to not continue to die, and then you do have a lane that snowballs away from you.
Exactly. So then as a jungler, you want to... You have right. Jungler, your biggest resource is time. And you invest time in either farming, counter-jungling, or lanes. Where is that time going to be best spent as a jungler? Is it going to be trying to level a losing lane, or is it going to be invested into a lane where actually if you win, you could snowball the game and win from that particular lane? That's something I don't jungle in solo queue. I'm a terrible jungler, but it's something I always tell my friends in their junglers, like, well, don't invest time into losing lanes because time is your most precious resource as a jungler.
Well, it definitely is. Now we're going to get into the second game here between District and Bulldog Esports. They're onto the Summoners of Rift already, so let's make sure we join them.
I love how we just had a 5-minute conversation about solo queue.
No, it was like 30 seconds of solo queue,
Yeah.
and the rest of it was analytical breakdown of the media used to present League of Legends. Now,
I don't know, mate. Your casting is not a form of analytical media.
definitely not yours. So we're gonna miss the Cosmic Binding. Here comes Candy Floss, Deadly Flourish. Surprise! So as he gets taken out.
Well, just caught out by a lot of early stun and slow coming through there from the inner flame. Obviously then Toaster taking Deadly Flourish first, which is not the worst thing in the world as Jhin to take. You generally tend to take that second anyway, so you get an early advantage for your Kadra in the mid lane. He can go back, and now he'll be looking to, well, get Dark Seal and continue to pressure Nyx in lane. Not going to be a good sign for a lane that was probably the worst lane for him on a 1v1 basis.
I just want to tell our production that they need to turn off chat. Might look like it's off, but you actually have to turn it off again. It was on for a second there. There we are. Click on the little eye. There we are. Little eye in the bottom left corner of the screen. You have to click on it and then turn chat on and off. Yeah, there we go. Great job. Big CT over there, the Charlie Tiz man, doing the superb job of fixing our observer. Now, Sir, going to Cosmic Bind Tor. Does have that Thunderlord as well. I didn't hear that. I'm quite glad I didn't because I was talking quite loud. So try to trade into Tor here. Doesn't need to be cautious because Toaster has that fourth proc. Not going to step forward. It's wary of the bindings. Now,
they were looking
Toaster
for
does have Deadly Flourish.
They were looking for an inner flame into Deadly Flourish there into that fourth proc. Bulldog in the top lane, Sona.
He's looking for those vitals, and in fact he can continually land the procs on those vitals. Level 99 is definitely going to struggle in this lane. It's difficult enough as a Poppy when you trade into someone who's got consistent lifesteal. It's even harder when he's getting it in bursts through those vitals. Yeah,
you're seeing Faxi, every time that hammer smashes down, he tries to go in and proc some sort of vital here. Vital's landing very nicely for him.
Vitally important for Faxi, just needs one more flash away from level 99. Make sure Faxi can't take him down, but only has one charge left on that corrupted potion. Tor caught out a little bit in the bottom side. Toaster and Tor do actually take a lot of pressure from Faxilus and Sur. It's something you can do with a Bard. If you're landing that Cosmic Binding into auto combo with the Thunderlord's proc, you do put down quite a bit of DPS.
Yeah, and Toaster's going to get locked up again.
Cosmic Binding. Are they going to be in range for the trap? Not quite. Faxilus tried to place it. Wasn't able to sucker punch that Jhin down.
So, looks like Candy Floss here is just roaming around the enemy jungle at this point in time. He's taken his... Well, I'm not sure if he's taken all of the red buffs off the map. I'll have a look at Lee Sin. No, he was trying to look for the red of the Lee Sin, but it is the blue that is available right now. So Candy Floss has got an indication that Lee Sin had been on that side of the map. They're actually going to try and go toe-to-toe here, and actually Candy Floss is going to see Lee Sin, and we'll go ham.
Yep, doesn't even need to go ham, can just go a little bit beefy there. Not sure where that was going.
And
he didn't really go ham.
Because the problem is I gave you the lowest denominator of pork to work with.
And then I switched to a bovine denominator. Tor! Sir says thank you very much. That was through Toaster's heel as well.
Yeah,
I think he flashed away from the range.
He flashed away from the range. He flashed away from the range indeed. Actually, I unfortunately, Sona, I gave. Well, I'm just going to discuss a little bit about.
Oh yeah, talk to me about your porking.
Porked in a nomination. So if I'd said he'd gone like bacon, you could have then gone. He didn't need to go bacon. He went ham because you know in general it's a lower denomination of pork.
But when would you ever say he's gone bacon?
I could have
unless it's he's playing Pantheon and he's actually gone bacon.
Exactly. Or I could have said he's gone a whole shoulder.
He's gone the whole hog, and I'd say he could just go ham.
Yeah, or he's got a whole shoulder in there.
Yeah, if you ever said that, I think I'd stop casting with you. So doing a good job of trying to keep Toaster zoned back towards his turrets. Tor's joined the fray now. And that means that Toaster has a little bit of time to try and farm up. Faxius will try and push this one back. He's going to get tethered. Toaster looking for this. The Cosmic Binding doesn't connect. He's on to Sir. One more auto. Deadly Flourish. There's the heal. Toaster exhausted and won't get the kill. Needs to reload. Faxius doing a lot of work on this Caitlyn to keep his support alive.
A lot of tunnel vision coming down for this bot lane of District right now. They're basically saying, oh, Sir is a really, really squishy target who might not have flash, which is up at this point in time. He did get it back. Let's just focus in on him and ignore Factiolus on this Caitlyn. And it is really, unfortunately, providing a massive amount of problems for them in the sense that Toaster's just taking so much damage from these trades, and actually they aren't able to pick up the kill on Sir. Toaster didn't flash in, by the way, there as well. Looks like Bulldog without flash is probably going to go down.
Yeah, Faxi gets the final vital. One more auto will take the kill for himself. And at the moment, it's agony for level 99 in that top lane. As soon as he tries to push forward, Faxi says, oh no you don't, and forces him back once again.
You burn the flash from Poppy early on, and you have the advantages Fiora. You're going to continue to abuse that. Those lunges and vitals, especially when you don't have the ability to get towards early health, which she has only picked up a Ruby Crystal, by the way, and gone towards 2 cloth armors, which is, I think, sensible in the sense that she just needs to try and survive as long as possible. You're going up against a double Dorans and a longsword. You're just going to be punished heavily by Faxi, and he will continue to do that as that flash remains down right now for level 99 Bulldog.
Kadra doing what Vladimir's do here. Like, takes pressure from Nyx, burns through Nyx's mana pool, and then says, okay, I'll just transfuse myself back up with that Crimson Rush as well. Get the extra healing out of it. Here he goes, Ghost in, Hemo Plague is down. Nyx should fall to the Hemo Plague. Here comes Sir, gonna see what he can do onto Kadra, puts the Ignite down, and actually Draw a Blank coming in as well. There's the Sanguine Pool, Draw a Blank kept his Q, and it's the call of the Q for Draw a Blank. Now Candy Floss looking for something here, does have Flash, Hate Spike, and Candy Floss takes the kill. Draw a Blank will return the favor. It's a double for the Lee Sin.
This is again Draw a Blank doing what he does best, picking up kills in the counter engage. But like I said, it's kind of him relieving pressure in his lanes rather than getting anything proactive done. And all the gold is stacking onto him once more. He's the guy that is picking up every element of gold from these kills, and what that's resulting in is putting pressure on him to step up to have an impact across the map. And as a jungler, as a Lee Sin, like your solo carry potential relies on your ability to just consistently over and over gank lanes so much that your team eventually gets to a point where they're ahead. And that just doesn't feel like that's a valid win strategy versus District. And I don't feel like it's going to continue to be a valid win strategy versus District, even if you do get to a point where you're another 5-1 Lee Sin like you were last game.
So Kadra was building the classic burst, the enemy mid laner build here. Proto Belt
Yeah.
going to be his first completed item, then probably up towards something like a Rylai's, just to try and take out that Syndra incredibly quickly. We've already shown he can do it with the Ghost Flash Hemo Plague in, especially if you have that fully proc Ties of Blood. And it's only going to become more difficult for Nyx. You can feel Kadra's just slowly turning that screw, and eventually Nyx is going to crack.
Yeah, don't know where I was going with that sentence. I just got a little really distracted.
Hit or not, Baxter says thank you. Factiolus takes the kill. Candy Floss and Kadra going to take Nyx down in the mid lane. Even through the Unleashed Power, Candy Floss survives and secures himself the kill. You were going to say something about the screw?
Yeah,
and I'm glad you didn't. Well done holding
No.
back on making
I was going to say
screw-related
that.
puns.
I was going to say the cracks in the wood, but I wanted to say like the weakness in the wood, and I realised it didn't actually make sense. I was just sat there thinking,
It's sort of like the tensile strength of the wood is changed because of the screws going in.
What's the word you give? The imperfections. Well, yeah, the knots maybe. I don't know.
Imperfections is good.
Yeah, I was going somewhere along that lines, just didn't work out for me, and then I had to sort of shut up and did nothing about it.
Toaster pops the curtain call, looking for the final proc on towards Factiolus. Did get it. Kadra's going down there as well. Faxi diving turret in the top side. Here comes Kadra, exhausted up. Factiolus will survive. Sur takes the deadly flourish and gets his AD carry out alive. That was very well done by Bulldog Esports to get everyone out safely.
Yeah, but look at the total rotation coming down here from District. They aren't planning on doing anything more than just forcing them back to base, but their overall goal is going to be this tier 1 turret in the bot lane, and that will start the pressure mounting up from Global Objective, rolling in favor of District once more. You can see that these rotations mean nothing more to them than getting some Global Objective gold on the board, and that allows them then to accelerate their build pass. Looks like Faxi is going to get drawn into a Grand Challenge.
Yeah, puts the Grand Challenge down. There's the riposte as well for the slow onto Bulldog. Hammer Strike has already gone down. And Bulldog comes back into the lane already on half health. He's 26 CS down as well.
Oh, he does it to a
Heroic
minion!
Charge. He does everything to a minion. He even knocks him up with a keeper's verdict. Nyx joins the fray, tries to scatter Faxi, but he's not weak enough to be scattered today. Here comes Sur as well. Nyx takes him down with the Unleashed Power. Sur was waiting around the bend to make sure they secured the kill.
Oh, goodness, Bulldoge. It doesn't matter if
Fine,
you...
man, they
it doesn't,
get the kill.
exactly, it
Get the
doesn't matter
kill.
if you miss everything. As long as you have a Syndra with a flash coming your way, you're always going to be in
It's
a...
like RB players when they had Deathfire Grasp.
Yeah.
It's like, as long as you land one thing, you're going to get the kill. Even if that one thing is Spirit Rush. Kadril trying to land a lot onto Nyx. There's the Hemoplague, and Nyx, Tempered Fate will actually stop the Hemoplague prop. Candy Floss caught in the midst of it all as well. Steps on a trap. Sur takes the kill. Bulldog coming in with the teleport. Going to try and get onto Kadril, but Toaster's here as well. Doesn't have the Curtain Call yet. Does have the Deadly Flourish. Looks for the connection. Won't land it. Kadril's going to go in onto Bulldog. Factious caught out.
Oh,
There's
the bouncing grenade!
grenade. Toaster flashes, but Factious heals. Here is the Curtain Call. Going to try and snipe off the kills. Does land one shot onto Bulldog, I believe. He's just about survives. Factious gets out as well. I think Bulldog had one shot connect onto him. I thought his health went down.
No, he didn't. He was already... He basically, the heal saved him from the bouncing grenade. It was a really nicely last-minute timed heal. But again, like District didn't need anything from this. They didn't need to get the kills. Their main objective was going to be this mid lane tier 1. Looks like you're going to see a response coming out from Bulldog Esports, though. Draw Blank and Syndra.
Draw Blank is here. Kadril goes into the Sanguine Pool. Draw Blank not able to do too much just yet. I want to see how much gold he's sitting on, because he feels like he should be on a pretty hefty sum.
He's got 1,000.
He's got 1,000, so he can complete that jungle item. It's hefty for me. I'm a support main.
You are, dude.
Anything more than 800 gold, I'm like, ooh, I need to go back, I need to spend. And then you see people like Nasus in the last game sitting on 3,000. It's like, that's all I get in a year's work. In my day, we had to work for our gold, or just buy gold generating items. 3 of them usually, to make sure you could
R.I.P. Heart of Gold, R.I.P. Avarice Blade,
Philosopher's Stone.
R.I.P. Philosopher's Stone.
Double Heart of Gold, the good old days. Faxi is on the receiving end of 3 members up towards the top side, but nothing's going to really happen here.
So what you're going to see Toaster do here is push that bot lane in heavily, stack a wave in their favor, and pressure that tier 2, eliciting a response. And that'll mean that they'll be able to pressure this top lane like you're seeing here.
Candy Floss is there as well, tries to keep his verdict away, but the Grand Challenge comes out. Faxi wins the fight and takes down level 99.
And look at the reaction from Bulldog. They're actually going to send someone down to deal with Toaster. That's going to be Sur and Nyx. But what that will allow is now the response from Tor.
Toaster falls.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah, we just saw that. There was no way that was going to not happen. And what you're going to see now is the response coming out from Kadril and Tor, which will be taking this tier 1 mid lane turret. So yes, you've rotated everyone down to pick off a random AD carry who wasn't really doing anything or pressuring any of your structures. And you've lost a tier 1 mid lane tower for it. And potentially now, with the way that Tor has rotated, a tier 1 top lane tower.
Looks like
so
you are going to lose the tier 1 top. It's a big gold swing again. Equal on kills, but 3 turrets to nil. Means that it's about 4,000 gold, a lead here for District.
So this is what District do. This is their game plan. They have some of the best sort of turret objective gameplay that I've seen from any team in UK esports in general. You know, this is sort of element of Renegade Bandito style, where you just win lanes so hard, like we said, that you elicit a response, and that response allows you and the rest of the team, who are all so far ahead, to take turrets very quickly. I mean, what was the benefit of going down and dealing with Toaster in the bot lane, other than he was a free kill because he was by himself with little vision? You know, you send 2 people down there, one of whom is your major wave clear in the form of Syndra, and you know that your mid lane tower is a couple of shots from going down. Only thing you get from killing Toaster is a kill. That you lose so much more by making that play.
I think the argument could be made that they couldn't defend anyway because level 99 was dead, but I totally understand your point, Xandral. I agree with you. Wondering how Bulldog Esports would argue it. Now, level 99 does take quite a bit of pressure here from Toaster and Tor. It's a strain for Bulldog at the moment. They're wondering how they get back into this game, what they need to do, because they can look at the scoreboard and say, look, it's 7 kills to 7. You know, we're in a good position, but they don't have awareness in the map. And Nyx gets flashed on, knocks Candy Floss back, tries to get the Unleashed Power down, will eventually allow it to fall. Kadril did ghost in, got caught up in the Tempered Fate, but at the moment it's all District all the time, and no response coming out from Bulldog Esports. Kadril looking for the kill onto Sur. Will go in deep. Tor tanks up a cupcake, takes a headshot for the favor. Now Bulldog has to try and push Faxi back once again. It's half CS in that top lane, less than half in fact, well now slightly more than half. Faxi is doing a great job of pushing Bulldog back. time and time again.
Yeah, and look, he's going for the 1v1 right now. Kadril's probably going to die off the end of
Here's
this.
the curtain call. Kadril will die. Draw a blank, jumps in and out.
Oh, the
Gets
snipe!
sniped with the curtain call and taken out by Toaster 1, 2, 3. As easy as that, he takes the kill. Faxi can dive Nyx pretty easily here, but it looks like he's just going to proxy the wave. He's going to be caught between a rock and a hard place, though, because here comes level 99. Grand challenge down. Tries to jump in, but Steadfast Presence pushes him back. Flash away. Faxi will fall to the hammer shock and the turret. Level 99 Bulldog able to get Faxi down.
Yeah, that was a misplay on Faxi's part. He didn't hold the lunge until after Steadfast Presence had gone down. What he could have done was flashed before, propped a Vital, and then lunged once Steadfast Presence was gone. But unfortunately, it was a little bit cocky to try and proxy behind that tier 2 when Syndra was already there, knowing that you hadn't killed Bulldog. But I guess, you know, do as you will. No pressure on Dragon, by the way, because it is just a Cloud Drake, and given the way the game state is going, turrets have become the main form of objective here for the rest of the world, but for the rest of the team, rather. So you're not really seeing anyone bother going for a neutral objective contest, because A, it's a waste of time for District, and B, it's too risky of a situation for Bulldog to find themselves in at this point in time.
Kadril might chase this. Draw a blank is there, but Kadril very happy to chase into 2 members at the moment. We'll get slowed with the Cosmic Binding. So has had a pretty good game on this Bard, in all honesty. 2-2-5.
Yeah.
He's been landing some good tempered baits, a couple of times saving his mid laner from the Hemo Plague, but it feels like Kadril's getting to the point where he is almost nigh unstoppable on this Vladimir. And Faxi 2 in the top lane is so far ahead in CS, can now go up there once again and set up this 1-3-1 split.
Yeah, so what Kadril's going to do is he'll pressure and push waves very quickly, as will Fiora with this Ravenous Hydra. And they're going to either take one or the other, because the amount of pressure they're going to draw as a team in general. Bulldog's going to get locked up here.
There's the Deadly Flourish Grand Challenge down as well. He does have the Tempered Fate. For a second I thought it was a Zhonya's, but of course it's not. Tempered Fate comes out, and that gets level 99 Bulldog out.
With the ghost there for Kadril in the bot lane, I really do not think Caitlyn wants to be by herself in this situation.
Here comes the ghost. There's the Proto Belt as well. Does land. And that's slow with a 90 caliber net. Has to flash the wall.
Yep, and now they can look to pressure that top lane, and they're going to force a response coming out from Bulldog, and that'll be Poppy going down to that bot lane. But they're going to try and pick off Nyx.
This will be Nyx going down as well. 1 curtain call, 2 curtain calls, 3 curtain calls. But they put up the shutters and stop the curtain call coming down onto Nyx to take his life.
Bulldog trying to duel up against Kadril. Doesn't have any magic resist in the bank, so this is going to be probably even worse matchup for him than the Fiora. And again, oh!
Nyx is dead.
Yeah.
Just gets flashed on there. And it's a 2-level disadvantage for a top laner over a mid laner as well. That's not something you commonly see. Usually tops get a bit more experience, and so ahead they're usually the first people to hit level 18 as well.
Just because they're by themselves the whole time.
A lot of the time when we do see District play, Kadril has this focus on him. They know he's a very strong player, and so they allow him a little bit of extra experience to try and carry the game.
I just don't know why you'd want to send Bulldog with 0 magic resist into a matchup with a very fed Kadril, in the sense that he's super farmed and has got some fairly hefty item spikes in his tail. You then just allowed for your Faxi in that top lane time to push onto the inhibitor turret, and again you're playing catch up right now for Bulldog. You're just in every way trying to match the pressure coming out from District, but you can't do that, and this is the awkward situation that you find yourself in. The pressure from District is relentless.
Candy Floss jumps in, Deadly Flourish from Toaster 1-2-3. Takes the kill, and this is the problem with Candy Floss. He's very willing just to stand in the lane and watch you back until the opportune moment. Jumps in with the Proto Belt and takes you out. Here comes Kadril onto Draw a Blank. Draw a Blank's going to try and get back underneath the safety of his turret, but it's gone. Kadril taken low. Nyx takes the Hemo Plague. Tor jumps in. There's the Tempered Fate, and that will keep Nyx alive until Toaster says, "That's my kill." Candy Floss jumping in as well. Back away. Toaster fell. So it is actually a 2-2 trade, as Faxilus went down earlier on.
Yeah, Toaster just kill hunting there, as opposed to having a reliable AD carry positioning. He was more interested in trying to pick off that
Toaster. Why do you need to
exactly. I don't even know why I said that. It's Toaster. That's what Toaster does best. And just was really searching for that singular pick off there, as opposed to trying to focus on something a little bit more or grander than that particular scenario. So I'm going to see Faxi trying to go aggressive here, but
So it's just there as well, trying to land the Cosmic Bindings. But Faxi has Ravenous Hydra, almost got the Black Cleaver as well. And even though level 99 has a Sunfire Cape and Ninja Tabi, he's going to struggle to actually match up into that Fiora. She's just going to continue to constrain whatever Bulldog try and do.
there is a good sort of element of time now for Bulldog, because the waves aren't exactly threatening two major structures that are left available, which are these inhibitor turrets. It's going to require a little bit of time to allow Faxi to do this for free without eliciting a response from Bulldog that can be punished. So you're going to see the mid lane start to push up for District right now. But there still isn't enough pressure in the side lanes to say that Faxi can get away with this for absolute free, and a rotation would be a bad idea from Bulldog. So until we see that, and I think that's what District are trying to set up now, Faxi will have to be a little bit careful as to where he chooses to pressure, because had they made a rotation as a team and taken him out, there wouldn't have been enough pressure on the turrets directly from District to punish the fact that they sent a couple of members to Faxi, and that's probably why Faxi backed here, just to wait for his team to set up that scenario.
Baron is on the cards as well. Drawblank going to try and catch Candy Floss. Here's Sur, doesn't land the Cosmic Binding, he proto belts away. And now Cadril split pushing into Faxulous. Curtain called down, Drawblank trying to tank it up. Missed the first shot, Bulldog comes in, Candy Floss the target. Hemo Plague on Faxulous. Cadril has to ghost himself out. Gets the healing from the Hemo Plague.
Yeah.
He's still pushing in that bottom lane as well. Tor is just fighting up against its Nyx here, forcing him back. Deadly Forest not going to hit onto draw a blank. And it means right now that District allow Cadril to continue to pressure this top side of the map. He's looking for that tower. Tor doesn't get knocked back, Nyx doesn't get tethered. Could he even trade there? That's a support and a mid laner trading.
It's really good pressure coming out from Cadril, because it has now allowed Faxi to push into that tier 2 in the bot lane. This is kind of a slower process that you're seeing from District this time round. They're not doing it as efficiently as they were previously. I think a lot of the cause has come down to the fact that they haven't won all of their lanes as hard, because actually a lot of pressure that's come down from Drawblank has managed to sort of even things up in the sense, and actually the way that Bulldog have played has been a lot safer. So even in that mid lane, you can see Nyx has picked off kills here and there. He's not 0 and 6, for instance, and Cadril isn't accelerating majorly out of control apart from CS differences. So while we said we thought this was going to be 20 minutes, it might go a little bit longer. I still think this is definitely in District's favor.
It's still 10,000
you've got a 10,000 gold lead, so it's just going to be a slower process for District at this point in time. They need to find that one big breakthrough, and then maybe they have that opportunity to just sort of run away with the game in one foul swoop. But they're not exactly doing it as quickly as they were previously, just because everything's been a bit safer from Bulldog this time round.
Faxi knocked up with the Keeper's Verdict. Here comes Sur and draw a blank. This should be a dead Faxi. It allows Cadril perhaps a little bit of time to push up towards the side. Bulldog flashes in. Faxi almost goes out. Draw blank has to flash himself. It's 2 flashes burnt just to get a kill.
No one able to punish that right now for District. All of that resource is invested into Faxi, and no one was quite in a position to take down an inhibitor turret or siege onto an inhibitor specifically.
No pressure at all coming out. It's 12-12 though, and if you are Bulldog Esports, you might be thinking that you have a chance to get back into this one. So it's going to jump away. Deadly Forest comes out, not connects. No connection there, but here comes Cadril. Curtain called down as well. There's the Hemo Play. Draw a blank, tanking it up. Will actually take out Sur off towards the backside. Cadril going in with the Ghost, going to try and get onto Nyx and Faxulous, and should be able to do it. That's a dead Nyx. But level 99 has no place to go, stuck between 4 members of District, and will get taken out once again. Teleport in by Faxi. He tried to actually lunge the trap that he stood on. Eventually, it will not even matter because there's no one there to punish him for it. This will be the turret in the mid lane falling. 15 kills to 12 as they push in further. They'll get the inhibitor as well. Only 2 members of Bulldogs stay alive. Cadril pushing in top lane. They'll rotate up there next and look to see how much more they can take off this push.
Yeah, I think this is the breakthrough that they needed to at least get most of the work done. Looks like Faxi might get taken down.
Yes, he will get taken down.
Toaster flashes.
Faxi takes out Faxi.
Yeah, Faxi takes out flashes, and Toaster flashed for the extra bit of damage as well, in the classic Toaster style. It'll be 2 inhibitors going down right now for Bulldog. They don't actually have to finish it off because the minions do that for them. And with all of those flashes burns, they can't punish it as effectively as they wanted to.
What was that damage? And this actually might be Bulldog going down. Nyx gets jumped on by Candy Floss, does get the counter kill, but Cadril says, I would like to take down my enemy mid laner. It's a double kill for Nyx, but Faxi and Cadril will be left alive. 4 seconds on Faxulous, but he will have to defend in a 1v3 versus Cadril and Faxi, and it looks like that's the... I was going to say surrender vote because I saw Flash coming out from Tor, but it's not. And so we'll wait for them to actually finish the game.
Yeah, they've only got 1 lane to pressure here, though, and it is that bot lane. Oh, actually, that's an ace. Goodbye.
Goodbye indeed.
And there's the surrender vote.
There's the surrender vote. That's what Cadril can do. He's got Ludens, just burst through the enemy team. We'll see District taking it 2-0 over Bulldog Esports. A titanic, behemothig game there from District, and they look nigh unstoppable.
Yeah, it was a gargantuan performance from them. They really knocked that one out of the park. A giant swing, you could say. But honestly, I don't think anyone really expected. I don't think anyone really expected another outcome from this particular series. I think the foregone conclusion was that this was likely going to be a 2-0 in favor of District. That there's sort of the bottom tier team against the top tier team, and I say that with all respect in the world, but Bulldog Esports,
they are bottom of the table.
They are bottom of the table, and they, you know, you would no one in the world would expect them to match up with District in a particular level setting, and District proved exactly why in that little 2-0 sweep there. Although I've got to say there was some good elements of Bulldog. I've got to give credit to Draw Blank. I think his Lee Sin play was pretty good. I think he managed to at least keep his team in the game a little bit longer than previously.
I was trying to, sorry for laughing.
That's okay.
I was looking at the lobby, and I was trying to work out why Only Angel was in the lobby for the next game, because it's TCA versus UK Legends. They've invited Eminem. So we got TCA and Eminem invited. Eminem, of course, played yesterday versus XL, so I doubt they'll be playing again today, but we're going to find out in a couple of minutes. I'm sure it's TCA versus UK Legends. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys. I'm Sona. This is Xscoundrel. I interrupted his point, so he's going to be a little bit angry at me for the next few minutes or so, but while we're away, I'll try and butter him up once again. Make sure you stay tuned, guys, because it's TCA versus UK Legends next. Hi guys, it's Rob from UK Legends here. Let's keep it trill. Obviously, of course, it's not. It's Sona and Xscoundrel here with the UK Masters. Now, you might wonder why we have shrunk ever so slightly. It's because we might have a short...
This is great.
I didn't expect that. We might have a short delay before getting into the next game. So for now, we're just floating heads
These camera angles.
on the screen. It's not really the production's fault, though, because
No,
we didn't
it's
tell
not.
them we were going to be
We didn't
sitting
tell them
down.
we were going to be sitting on chairs. But sorry, production, we're sitting on chairs.
So we're just the usual height of any of their presenters.
Yeah, this is Trid on a normal day.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're
I'm
sitting
Des.
down because we're waiting for a player to get into the lobby. He's currently in game. We did obviously have a quick series on our hands there between District and Bulldog Esports. So you've joined the discussion table. And the discussion that I want to have
Oh, here
is
we go.
the
I'm
AP.
looking forward to
The
this.
AP Nasus.
Tweet at us. Make sure you tweet at us.
Yeah, so the AP Masters also tweet at us at UK
UK
Masters,
Masters.
hashtag UK Masters, at Sona, at Xscoundrel, whatever. The AP Masters that I was pretty convinced wasn't a thing, apparently is a thing, but maybe not so much of a sort of a ridiculously viable competitive
I don't
thing.
think it's a good thing.
I think it works in specific situations. Now, I went into my trusty resource of the Excel team chat and I was like, guys, and also Twitter, but no one from Twitter gave me a real response. I said, guys, is this a real thing? And apparently someone on Reddit had coined it that you go the double Dorans for the stats and the ability to basically push waves against ranged. And it sort of delays your stacking towards the mid game, but means you can avoid trades or rather force away from trades against range because you can just push waves easily, and also avoid trades versus melee. You just slam down a Spirit Fire, they instantaneously get out because it does a lot of damage with double Dorans and when you level it first. So apparently it's a real thing.
If only someone had said that during the cast.
Yeah.
When they picked, he's got double Torrents. He's definitely going to go AP. I don't think he is Xscoundrel. I think he's probably just going to go tank from here. It's like, no, it's definitely AP. He'll build a Lich Bane. He'll get a Lich Bane. Lich Bane's the best.
We're having discussion table here, not slating Scoundrel. I admit, I had absolutely no idea that this was a thing. Hadn't checked the League subreddit apparently recently.
Oh, is it on the subreddit?
Well, I guess so. That's where it was posted on Reddit, unless you posted it to the general boards of Reddit, where it's like, "Hey guys, I've discovered this great build."
To our picks.
Our
Just
picks.
like,
This is Nasus.
this is a Doge.
This is the Snoop Dogg Nasus skin with just all these Doran's rings on his fingers. Anyway, so I guess in sort of against melee, range matchups like Kennen, you can push them in consistently. You pressure their turret, you don't get pushed in yourself. You can still farm, and then obviously you can get towards being a beefy level 9 to 11, where Kennen himself is just guys. This no. You get to a point where you're level 9 to 11, and then Kennen, as we know, struggles into beefy top laners. Kennen's great teamfight orientated top laner, but in general will not do well in the split push because you just won't have the damage as an AP Kennen to duel efficiently. You see it against Poppy, you see it against any tanky top laner. Kennen just ends up struggling, just does literally no damage with his abilities. So yeah, I guess that's kind of way it works. You delay Kennen's ability to punish you in lane early on, and then you get to level 9 to 11 where you've either got good dueling gear, and you can see that District actually ended up going Triforce, but the other build path would have been something like going down towards a Spirit Visage, and just 9 to 11, very difficult for Kennen regardless to kill the Nasus. So I see the theory there, and thank you to Orcs from Excel for talking to me about it.
Thank you very much, Orcs. And let's talk a little bit about this next game as well. It's TCA versus UK Legends. It's a middle of the table clash. I'm sure we can get up the table for you guys so we can have a look at exactly what we are facing here. I didn't warn production we were going to do that though, so it's probably going to just appear like halfway.
Oh, it's up above on the screen above us.
So if you can see, I might not actually be able to.
Oh,
thanks,
there we
guys.
go. There we go,
Thanks,
guys.
that's great. Thank you, Shed. You are a bay. So UK Legends and TCA facing up against each other today. UK Legends, of course, ahead already. They've won 2 games. TCA have that draw, which means they're only on 4 points. But whoever wins today takes that 4th spot for sure.
So, you actually will see from the last game there isn't any difference really in the table other than District have now overtaken Molotovs and
we haven't got the
Marshmallows.
update yet.
So Bulldog are still at the bottom. They remain there. District will have overtaken Molotovs and Marshmallows, and they will now be sitting pretty at the top of the table with 15 points, I believe. They were as a draw for Molotovs and Marshmallows has dropped them 2 points in the overall standings, but otherwise have won every other game. Now, this Legends versus TCA game is going to be incredibly important because, especially for XL Esports, they will be hoping that TCA take this 2-0. It will give them the best chance at retaining the 3rd spot, even though UK Legends would then have to lose the following week because XL, unfortunately, lost against M&M. They've got District to go. That's probably 3 points they aren't going to get, and I think they'll have one more matchup to go into again following that, and then that's the sort of maximum they can get for the next 2 weeks is probably going to be 3 points. If TCA win here, then it gives Excel the best opportunity to take the 3rd spot, which against that will be against Molotovs and Marshmallows. That, you know, despite the fact they performed badly against them this week, they're probably going to be feeling more confident going into a playoff position against M&M rather than going into a playoff position against District.
You know what's tilting me, Scoundrel?
What's that?
On this table, if you look really closely, no, we need to table up, guys. Bring it back. Bring it back. You know what's tilting me? The
Is it shed?
production, the
Is it
production
shed?
level. Yeah, it's shed. If you look at the table, you see the lines between like the columns where it's like played, win, draw, lost points, right? There's
Yeah.
long lines along the column.
They're very faint.
Well, yeah, they're very faint. But if you look really closely,
In fact, no one on stream can really see them.
they can if they look really closely at their screen. There's this line here is between 2 sets of dots, right? This line here, I mean, this point now is not important enough for me to actually go into, but I'll finish it. The line between wins and draws is between 2 sets and dots. Please, I will flip off the camera. I will do it. I give up. You know what really tilts me? The fact that we have to work with these guys at UK Legends. Anyway, it's UK Masters, as we say. It's Sonu and Excoundrel on the desk, and we're waiting on. I was expecting that to say something amusing.
We now have the whole team
Do
together.
we have everyone
We've
here?
got everyone together as far as I'm aware.
Excellent. So we should be getting into the game in just a minute.
Yeah, we've got. I think we're waiting on Jet. I believe he was in a game, so we'll run him back into the TCA squad, and then we'll have Raisins. I think they've still got that sub in for the top lane. Matty Triceps coming in for Yopper. I believe Yopper actually left TCA potentially, so Matty's kind of coming in as sort of a last-minute resort sub
He did
for
a
them.
good job last
I think
week.
he did a fine job. You know, he did an absolutely okay job. But you're going up against UK Legends, who they are pretty good in general as a squad. I'd say
They're legends.
I would say they are legends. In general, Sebla is the one who's impressed me the most. He's generally been a huge carry potential for them, especially on Ezreal. I've always been thoroughly impressed with the way that Sebla has played in that particular regard. Actually, a little funny story about Sebla. So the race for rank 1 EU was on last night, and Kirei, I believe, or Kirai, never know how to pronounce it. Kirei, yeah. So Kirei was in his final game. He'd queued in and just got into game just before the lock had happened, so that final game was counting. He was going up against Sebla. Sebla locked in Ivern jungle. What a boss. You know, if you're going to deny a rank 1, it's going to be with Ivern jungle. But obviously, Kirei managed to end up, because it's Ivern jungle. Kirei managed, and also Sebla's not a jungler, I think, traditionally.
In all honesty, I think Ivern jungle is going to be a lot stronger with the camp changes.
Sure.
Because you can just take the Krugs in one fell swoop. You don't have to get through all 10 levels of them. And you can take all of the Razorbeaks in one swoop as well. You don't have to get through the extra baby Razorbeak that's there. I think Ivern jungle could be a thing. So you start, like, go set up Krugs, set up red buff, set up Razorbeaks, and then just rotate up again and do them all.
Yeah.
Or you could go Krugs, Razorbeaks, red, I guess. Because if you smite on the red, you'd get the health back as well.
You don't really need the health back as Ivern, though.
You do, because you use health for your passive.
Oh, true, you use a little bit. But then I don't think you use huge amounts of
I've
it.
played him and I went pretty low on my first
Did you go
clear,
pretty
in all
low?
honesty.
See, I haven't played much Ivern because he's terrible.
Played him for one game.
I
just to
played
see.
him as support, so I never actually got to take many.
I'm going to tell them we're ready. so
We are ready. Yeah, we're going to get
into
to.
game as soon as possible.
Sorry, guys. We have been sort of diverging a lot, but we were trying to fill as much time as possible
Should
with
we
just.
oh, you know what we should do? We should David Attenborough it.
Okay.
So, like, how do you want to do it? What do you want to talk about? Like, pick and ban. So when we go through pick and ban, we'll talk about it.
Well,
as
there
if
was
we're David
a
Attenborough.
lot of mating stories on the.
Well, we'll avoid those
yeah.
if we can.
Otherwise, you know, we can
But we'll
just
try and
we
David
can create
Attenborough it.
storylines about
Like nature documentary.
nature
with Sonu and
documentary
Excoundrel.
with pick and bans.
What would we call it? We need a title for it before we start. Hey guys.
What would we call it? You mean what?
Yeah. What's the name? Because you've got Planet Earth, and like what are we going to call our nature documentary? I keep trying to sit up a little bit more.
So
I can screen camera
we need to find a nature-oriented game around just pick and bans or League of
about
Legends.
just what our documentary would be called,
What our
which is about
documentary?
pick and ban and League of
So
Legends. Yeah.
about pick and bans and
Well,
League
it's
of
League of
Legends.
Legends as well, isn't it? So this would be the first episode.
Yeah.
Pick and
Okay.
ban.
So the cycle of choice.
Natural selection.
Yeah. There you go. Natural selection. Love it.
Very nice.
There we go. I like it. Natural selection. So this is the documentary Natural Selection, in which
The esports documentary.
esports documentary
With a
Natural
capital
Selection.
S just to tilt people.
Yeah. Tell everybody.
And a hyphen, but after the S, so it's S.
Oh God.
Sports.
Esport.
Like, it's actually a documentary about the Spanish Navy and its esports.
Esports. Okay. Lovely. So how are we going to phrase this documentary? You know.
I'm so happy with myself for that. Anyway, cut back to Excoundrel, guys. Production, please. Thank you.
He wants to have a branded drink. which I don't think is unfortunately
Yeah,
sponsored.
we're not sponsored by them, so I can't drink it on stream. Now, here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Natural Selection. Now, what we see here is the first section of evolution throughout the ages of Runeterra, and already Rise getting locked out of the opportunity to find his perfect match.
Now TCA, usually a very tight unit, have lost some of their members recently, and inside you have boilings within the camp. They are maybe a little bit less reliant on some of the areas when they come to hunting, and they maybe feel like they need to play around that. They need maybe need to feel like these inner workings of the TCA camp. They need to sort of think about what they've lost and how to sort of efficiently go out hunting their prey, which is the UK Legends.
When you lose the alpha of a pack, it is very difficult for them to hunt effectively. They find sometimes that you just cannot get the organization that you need, and perhaps we will see them develop this as they go through the next couple of years of their life cycles.
Now TCA, as a unit, natural carnivores do not want to see Zyra on the Rift. You can't face vegetables, can't eat vegetables.
That is
And
part of their evolution process. Actually only have one stomach, do TCA.
As a
filled-
unit?
As a unit, they have one stomach between them filled with amylase, great for breaking down proteins, as you would know, Xscoundrel being the esports doctor. Jace and Syndra here, not the favourites of the side of the UK Legends. Now talk to me about the UK Legends, Xscoundrel. They are a team that has developed over the last few decades.
The last few decades, it was a very slow process. Essentially a multitude of alpha males joining together in a pack. And this is what the UK Legends has become. In their natural hunting ground, they'll choose Sebla, their leader, to take the Ezreal. Now, as many of you will know, Ezreal is an incredibly strong pick in these situations because of what he provides for the unit as a team. When they go hunting, they want to be making sure that they are having that range advantage. And, you know, they are a unit that relies on their ability to snipe out the enemy. It's incredibly important that they make this happen for themselves.
Of course, UK Legends, a few years ago, just a single-celled organism has blossomed to life and come forth to be this multi-celled, salty extravaganza.
But wait,
Oh.
there's drama here for TCA because Jhin has been locked in, and
Be
UK
quiet,
Legends.
you might startle him.
I know,
Be
and
quiet,
UK Legends,
Xscoundrel.
they now need to deal with this adverse situation. They are not put into a familiar situation where they're playing against the Jhin, and Sebla may be forced onto the Ezreal once more. It is a good pick for him in this situation. They are playing into their strengths, and with it not being banned, as you know, these two teams have more sense than that. They've had more experience in life. They are not a new team where they would be banning Ezreal. You could see Sebla default onto that, giving his team the advantage they potentially seek to win out in this dueling grounds. This is a rite of passage for these guys right now.
It's like running through a pit of snakes. They might look to find the perfect match for that Jhin here. TCA maybe deciding that they need a little bit of tonic to go alongside it, but we will have to wait and see. Do not want to startle the beast. Do not want to startle the wildlife here.
We must give them absolute silence when going through this process of their natural life cycle, the second phase of draft. It is an incredibly important one.
This
because
is where we start to see the players mature, and they go out of that pupa larva stage and begin to sprout their wings, begin to understand what the world around them is. Now, from that young age, they have had to deal with the qualms and the harms of the world, but this is the true test, Xscoundrel.
So what we might see here, a unit that has been particularly strong for them, or rather weak for them, rather Krogson, he may be having to default onto something like an Orianna, but they are going to go for a Nami. Now, this
A
is...
very animalistic team here. They've got the spider, they've got the fish.
Yes.
Perhaps they'll look towards the bird in a second as well.
What you do is you combine all elements of the animal kingdom right here.
All
and
the phylum
TCA,
and genuses.
they're bringing
If
animal
you can
zodia
crack out
together.
a genus, Xscoundrel, I will be an incredibly impressed man.
Well, you're seeing here, Sebla is going on
Just
to his...
distract from that.
I know. I'm trying to make this moderately informative, though,
No,
for our
man.
viewers. Sebla is going to be taking his Ezreal as we expected. This was the natural progression when we've seen this life cycle from this natural selection process from TCA, or rather UK Legends, quite a few times. Sebla has always defaulted back to something he feels comfortable on. And when you're in a proving ground, Sebla feels like he needs to be comfortable. The interesting pick for me is Zandia, going for the Orianna.
Not having quite selected that yet, but it is, as you say, finally decided as part of the group that he will be playing the
This is a
Mistress
taunt,
of the
Sona.
Bulls.
This is a taunt.
This is a taunt.
Because
He's
it's
fluffling his plumage.
It's
He's
an
getting up
aggressive
in the enemy
taunt coming from the
face.
UK Legends.
Is he getting ready to batter
organism.
him with his penguin arms?
Yes, he is.
He's getting
But
ready for some battering.
he is, but mainly this is a taunt against
Bakar, he
Krogson.
says, Bakar! My penguin dance.
I don't think David Attenborough does that.
Hey, mate, what David Attenborough does in his spare time is none of your concern.
So Zandia has taken Orianna as a taunt.
Sorry.
Let's not laugh
I
at our
see.
production.
I was becoming more of a crustacean there because production told me this is bordering on a little bit prawny.
Yeah.
And now we're going to focus more on the animal kingdom.
So Zandia has taken this as a taunt for Krogson because Krogson traditionally has only played the bird, Anivia, and Orianna. He's very rarely had anything
Much more an
else.
avian player
Yes,
than anything
he's
else.
very rarely brought out anything else in this particular scenario. And I'm
That is
definitely
not-
not going to be a volley bear.
Well, if he cracks out the bear, we've got a troll, we've got a bear, we've got a pescatarian fish, and the arachnid, of course, Elise, being locked
Now,
in
in
here
these
to TCA.
situations when you do feel like a team has picked up something slightly extraordinary, there is a mediator of the fight known as the Hench. And it is going to be Victor. So Volley Bear, Victor, the same letter. Sometimes these teams can get confused and they
right,
just go for
Deadly
the...
is still very young, maybe not learned
Yeah.
his ABCs yet.
Well,
you
no,
know, he's
Victor
still
and
a
V,
very-
you know, it's there.
yeah, but
Picture
then
recognition is
next-
something that
yes,
comes next. You
Yes,
know.
picture recognition, of course. Lots of these youngsters learn to see words before they understand colours and shapes and forms. So, Deadly understanding words, or at least the alphabet. Now, Toaster, actually, we do see very good with numbers because he always puts 1, 2, 3 after his name as well, just to prove that fact.
Yeah, absolutely. As we know, these League of Legends players in their natural habitat are very used to typing frequently, you know, maybe aggressive words, but it
most of
becomes
the time it's just the G and the E and the Z that are used up mostly.
GG
But
easy
yeah,
is the
by these
general.
UK
the
players.
general.
That is their battle cry.
Yeah, battle cry of UK players is GG easy. So you've just seen them go through their natural selection, the UK League of Legends player formulated into a team. It was a rite of passage for both sides. It's something that it's so rare for us to witness such an intricate draft phase.
Such a moment of beauty as well. I hope you guys appreciate just how astounding those
A good 5
picks
minutes
were.
of research went into this, guys. This is a long time for
I
a UK.
haven't even seen the show. Anyway, should we go back to normality? We will be getting back into the lobby, guys.
Let's not do David Attenborough anymore. That was
Oh,
quite an
can we do
experience.
half and half? If we both look straight at the camera, Scoundrel, look straight at the camera. That is something for someone's nightmares.
Wait. Try and get it properly.
I can't look at the thing. I'm literally just. You need to move that way. You need other way.
Other way.
And look straighter at the camera. Yeah, there we are. Straighten out your face.
As you can see, we're having fun here at the
Yeah.
UK Masters today.
Cut to Scoundrel, please, guys.
the non-branded energy drink. Okay, sorry guys. That was obviously a massive meme fest, and we apologise for anybody
But,
who
yeah,
is...
as you said, you were informative. You provided education and entertainment, as David Attenborough does, and I would not be surprised if the Queen calls you and says, "All right, Blad, you're all right, good memer. Here's your knighthood, mate. OBE for you."
I'm totally expecting that from
All
the
right,
Queen.
mate.
Totally
I'm the
expecting
flipping
that.
Queen. You heard of me?
Come on, mate. This
Look
is
at the stats.
borderline treason, Sona. We've got to, got to stand upright. Queen
Do
does
you
not
think the
talk
Queen
like
ever
that.
does that? Like, she's driving around in her car, cruising in a Bentley, and someone stops her and she's like, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you have any proof of ID?" And she's like, "Mate, you ever licked a stamp? You've been licking my face, mate."
Have you heard the Queen speak before, Sona?
Is that not how she speaks? I assumed everyone, north of the M5 spoke like that.
Is the Queen north of the M5?
Isn't there's a place?
There's Sandringham in Norfolk,
Yeah, in
but
Norfolk.
that's her-
And isn't she actually originally from Scotland? Because wasn't she born up in the Scottish castle, whatever it's called?
Have you ever heard the Queen speak?
Oh, yes, I have many times.
Or then,
I watched the Queen's speech. No, it's King's speech.
so have you ever heard Queen Elizabeth utter a sentence before?
All right, yes.
No.
I've got this accent down. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll give you an impression.
Okay, go on then. This is going to be good. you want me to give you like a beatbox riff?
No.
Because I've heard a rap a few
I'm
times.
going to
as
try
well.
and make my accent posher, so...
Oh, this is, yeah, okay. Let me get my phone out so I
Right.
can record this firsthand. Here we go. Everyone, add me on Snapchat. We've got this. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
Dearest Sona, it's been quite the pleasure to listen to you casting League of Legends. You've been a wonderful...
Okay, this is more sexual than anything we've done already, okay?
Okay.
It's
Okay.
the Queen, Excandrel, that's
Okay,
the
ready?
Queen.
Shush. Let me finish. He's actually playing it back. Anyway, I don't know what this broadcast has evolved to, but Sona is making it 10 times worse than it needs to be. So we're just waiting to get into the draft phase
Excandrel
again.
is the Queen. Dearest Sona.
He's just playing it over and over again. And now
I
can't-
accidentally wrote the queef instead of the Queen. That's probably not what you wanted to. Yeah, it's going out to my Snapchat, everyone. Follow me, Dr. Sona on Snapchat, guys. Add me and we can snap a doodle do. Now we should be getting back into the game, just waiting on someone who is just loading in.
You're right, guys.
Queen invitation after a night with Prince Philip. Charles is a husband. No, Charles is a son.
okay.
Philip's a husband. It's odd that he's a prince when he's the husband of the queen. I understand like the royalty of it, but like, if you look at the Viking times, he would have just been the king. As soon as you marry the queen, you become the king.
What goes on in your brain? Like, honestly, half the time, what does go on in your brain?
If you not understand, I have no filter.
I know.
I should be play-by-playing by now, and that's good not to have a filter because you just say what you're seeing. But we haven't got there yet, and I've had a lot of my unbranded energy drink, and now I just want to have some League of Legends going on. It's not happening yet. Someone's restarting their PC, and apparently that takes 50,000 years because he has to actually build it out of the hamsters that made up his PC already, and get the carbon, and then melt it, and then put it into silicon, which is a different thing. To
Have you
carbon,
ever
but
seen?
still,
Have you
it's
ever?
just a hassle.
Have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
No.
Because
It's like the episodes where he's trying to go Super Saiyan. I've heard about that.
Yeah. So basically, when they did our face, they separated our face out. I'm just going to double check. They said do a fusion dance, and I feel like
Is that like you do this and then like that?
no, that's Kamehameha. Mate.
Oh,
That's
Kamehameha.
Kamehameha. That's the Kamehameha wave. The fusion dance goes something like this.
Okay,
I can't remember it exactly.
Is it like crab-like?
But
I
it's
feel
like
it's going to be crab-like.
Fusion. And you got to do it with me, and then we become one person.
I don't really want to become one person with you.
I'm a Dragon Ball Z geek. I think it was something like that. I don't know.
When you say I'm a Dragon Ball Z geek, you should know what it's like.
Yeah.
Like saying
it's something like this. Something like this. It goes like
I enjoy Dragon Ball Z.
and then you go fusion high like that, and you step like that, and
Okay.
that's basically the fusion dance. And then we would have been fused together.
Yeah, I don't really want to be fused together with you. I have other intentions for you. We're making the lobby because we can't get everyone in, so we should be just fixing this in a second. Yeah, Excandrel did the fusion dance, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. I think what we're probably going to do, because this has derailed very quickly, is we're going to go to a short break, and then in about 2 minutes or so, we should be back through the lobby and ready to get into some League of Legends action for you guys. I do apologize, of course, there's a couple of issues with the lobby, but we'll be back as soon as we can. Make sure you stay tuned. TCA and UK Legends. This is the UK Masters, and I am the Queen, obviously. And this over here is Excandron. Now, it has been a difficult year for one, and count this basically as an early Christmas speech. League of Legends is a superb game when played professionally, but most of the players in the UK are salty, salty people. We should be onto Summoner's Rift in just 1 second. So if you would like to bear with one for just a minute, hopefully we can get through these hard times together.
I thought we were going to do this seriously.
No, mate. Why would you do that? Anyway, we should be getting on to Summoner's Rift in just a second, guys. It's TCA versus UK Legends, and we are finally into game.
I was told this is going to be a meme-free introduction.
I was hoping they'd actually transition there, but obviously not. Why would you transition when the play-by-play caster does the transition? What they're going to do is they're going to do it mid-sentence now. We're just going to be talking about something random, and then they'll transition.
That was a pretty good Queen impression, though.
Thanks, man.
I'll give you that.
That wasn't the Queen, that was Prince Charles.
Ah.
My Queen is... Alright, Bloods!
Yeah.
What are you doing, Bloods?
Yeah, I get you.
What's up? Oh, remember that craze where
guys,
everyone said what's up? That was
Shush,
the worst
shush,
craze.
shush.
That was
Guy-
the worst.
Shush! Right. Guys at the studio, can we never give Sona random branded energy drink again, please? Can we never make that happen again?
Don't know the problem, man.
Cool.
Don't know the problem. Anyway, Deadly and Raisins looking to set up here now. It was the Victor pick instead of the Volibear. Let's have a quick run down these lineups because it's been a couple of minutes. Here's the pause. It's been a couple of minutes since we did actually see them get picked. Trundle, Elise, Victor, Jin, and Nami on the side of TCA. Into Poppy, Lee Sin, Orianna, Ezreal, and Karma on the side of UK Legends. Talk to me about the composition coming out from TCA, Excandra.
So TCA have got obviously Matty Triceps is going to be on the Trundle there, so he'll be able to split push quite effectively versus Poppy. You know, in general, if you're going to pick something into Poppy that will do well as the game progresses, Trundle's always a pretty solid shout. Eventually, you're not going to have the damage outright to duel her, but you'll be able to steal enough resistances and probably have enough sustain in your kit that no one's going to win either way. So your best chances are probably just pushing those waves consistently. You can push those quite effectively as Trundle, a little bit more readily than maybe Poppy can. But in general, the overall flow of this composition is really good pick. So follow up with the Jin Ultimate. You can make good picks in the scenario of using bubbles and cocoons.
I'm just enjoying these underlays that we got, the lower thirds. Putting different things up. I'm used to that just saying, this is a desk. Welcome to the desk. Deals, deals, deals.
We got so many fake desks.
so we got so many fake desks. Desk for your car, desk for your wife, desk for your children, desk for your dog.
Come right over. We got so many fake desks over here at Fake Desk Emporium. Only one, no real goes here. We got so many fake desks.
You know, so all of those advert segments in the TV shows on Rick and Morty are totally improvised.
Yeah,
They don't
great.
plan any
Honestly.
of them beforehand. It's just absolutely amazing.
There's 2 episodes, one each season, that is a full improvisation episode.
Yeah.
One of them is the Intergalactic Channel episode. The other one is the one where they watch some TV as well. So basically 2 TV ones.
They're totally improvised. It is just beautiful.
It's really good. But it's 2 brothers against invading cats from above. And oh no, there's grannies
Not grannies.
firing salsa.
Salsa grannies
I
with
don't
their
know.
laser sharks.
And that's when you know stuff gets shifted into 12th gear. That's actually one of my favorite parts of Rick and
Oh,
Morty.
it's amazing.
If
It's so
you
good.
guys want to get an indication as to what Rick and Morty's like, go and Google 2 brothers Rick and Morty. 'cause
Or
that's-
the court episode that they do. So during the break, there was a court transcript that got released from the States, and he did it in the form of Rick and Morty.
Oh, I remember that.
But,
Yeah,
like,
that was good.
it gives such a real representation of why America is in such a mess. It's a mess, and why Rick and Morty is amazing.
So now we've gone political as well. So we've
I did like Charlie T was talking about getting us Donald Trump and Hillary masks. And I'm just trying to wonder which one of us would be Trump and which one of us would be Hillary.
I think we all know.
See, the thing is that doesn't appease me either way.
I don't think any of us need to really say. Do we?
You got a huge problem. It's just huge. Some of the words he makes up are awful. He said braggadocious. What on earth is braggadocious? That's not a word.
It's a great word.
It's not- and he says bigly. He's like, oh yes, that's a problem we have to deal with bigly. What is bigly?
Here's a fun fact about the
not a word.
the Trump campaigns, right? When you look at the average reading level of Donald Trump, he has the lowest average reading level of his speeches compared to every other U.S. presidential candidate that has
It's
ever
because
existed.
what they do is they take speeches that Michelle Obama has said, and then they put them through a reverse thesaurus to make all of the words a little bit simpler. And then, of course, Donald Trump just word vomits them out.
I thought it was,
bigly.
wasn't it Donald?
It was Melania Trump,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
still, that's where the
But-
it's a
but-
political joke, guys.
Oh,
Political
God.
joke.
For a medical person, what an awful name is Melina Trump. Guys,
So,
don't
yeah,
Google
don't
what that
Google
means.
Melina.
but-
Do not Google
do
it.
not
It's
Google it.
A medical
but
thing that I wish on no one, and it smells absolutely diabolical.
Anyway,
Anyway.
yeah, he has the lowest reading level, which is why some people seem to think that he has got this sort of surge in popularity because
What has this cast been?
I don't know, dude, but
I wanted to. So there's a couple of job applications I want to do quite soon, and you need a show reel for them. And I thought, today.
oh, these surprise job applications.
It's a really surprising job applications. But I thought, today would be a good idea to get there's a couple of good games. The first games are going to be a little bit one-sided, but you have a good hype.
You want to get a show reel
And
together.
I
by the
wanted to
way,
get a bit of a show reel, and I thought today would be a good day to do it because we're both on form. We're both casting pretty well at the moment. I thought we're both doing pretty well, and then we just devolved into talking nature documentary pick and ban. So I can't use any of that. Me making Queen impressions, you making Queen impressions, and me Snapchatting them out. And now we're talking about the politics of America.
I think this is great highlight
Oh,
reel
it's great,
material.
great highlight reel. What are you going to do if you want to improv for 30 minutes in a pause? Well, I won't talk about League of Legends at all. I will talk about the
This
political
reminds me
states
of like
the United
Hearthstone
States.
casting because in general, in a lot of broadcasts, you'll
Yeah.
be told to
You
stick
don't
to
actually need
topic.
to do anything. Yeah.
Well, you're told to stick to topic, or if it gets too much, you throw to break. But this reminds me of a little bit of Hearthstone casting. You're like a little bit of a leash,
Yeah.
where you can sort of devolve and talk about things. Probably not to the extent that we do.
No, I think
in
we've
fact,
devolved quite
I think Multiplay is the only
substantially.
other company that would ever hire someone that does this.
You say that. We've got contracts for these 7 weeks. After this, we're going to be let off our leash pretty substantially, I think.
S-
Yeah, please,
Oh,
mate.
we'll have a tea.
I'll
That'd
have
be
a tea,
great.
yeah.
Cheers. Production is also so good that in cast they offer us tea.
Yeah.
I take milk and 1 sugar, by the way.
What did I do with my water? It's here. Cool. I take just milk, yeah. Thanks,
Cool.
man.
Cheers.
Anyway, so let's talk about the Brexit. Let's talk about Brexit.
Okay,
So
okay.
lots of people at the moment are arguing about the democratic nature of going to the High Court and having them say
Sure.
that it has to be voted by MPs. Now, in my opinion, I was a Remain voter, and I'll say that to
I was
anyone who asks
also.
me.
I think most esports people would be.
Yeah,
Remain
lots
voters.
of esports people were, but a lot of people are saying that it's undemocratic for us to go and get the High Court say MPs have to vote. Now, originally the referendum was never meant to be legally binding.
What a lot of people don't realise is the referendum is merely advisory to the government. So the referendum is not a sort of a
not
vote
legally
that will
binding in any
legally
way,
bind
yeah.
you in the country to do what that referendum says. What the referendum is, this is a opinion poll essentially of the country to
In
find
the same
out.
way that we go on Britain's Got Talent and they say who's your favourite person on here. It's the same idea.
A little bit more dramatic, but
Well, yeah, a lot more
essentially the referendum is an opinion poll, and so the government doesn't actually have to take into account what you guys said in the opinion poll whatsoever.
And MPs specifically as well don't have to do it.
Yeah,
Now, there is an argument that they should look after their constituents and they should vote regarding how their constituents would vote. But the other argument is they know, they are not a direct representation of their constituency. They are an elected official for their constituency.
The issue is that lies with this right now. There is two sides either way. Now there is the fact that elected officials should, by all counts and margins, represent their constituents and the will of the people. That is generally what elected people should do in a straight-up democracy, which we are in England.
Yes.
We are not an autocracy. We're not communism. Whatever.
Republic, socialism, etc.
Exactly. We are a democracy. So the direct will of the people should be translated and brought through the elected
I'm trying
officials.
to think of ways to make this a little bit funny at points.
No,
but
it
we're
was-
going to be super serious.
The other sort of theory is that actually a lot of what was promised for leaving the
Brexit,
European
dear
Union
goodness.
might not actually come
Might
to
not.
true.
It won't. The main thing that Boris Johnson said, and that thank
Thanks,
you very
Shed.
much. This is Shed, guys. He's a wonderful lad. That Boris Johnson said, and then Nigel Farage said was, we'll give you 350. I was working as a doctor at the
This
time.
one doesn't have sugar in it, I don't think.
Okay, we'll switch. We'll give you £350 million for the NHS a week, right? And that would be great. That would be amazing. That would fix the NHS. But immediately afterwards, they said, "Oh, we can't do it. We're back into game, guys. So let's get back into the action."
But basically, then the theory is that
Does that one have sugar?
No.
More than this one.
I just didn't think I'd mention it.
Right, it's just a little bit of
The,
spittle
the,
share.
the theory is that essentially what was offered from the Leave campaign originally might not have been exactly what was
Might
realistic.
not have been.
Listen,
It's
I'm being
unrealistic completely.
democratic.
Don't be democratic.
Shush,
This is an
shush,
autocracy.
shush. might not have been what was actually going to be provided when we got to that situation. But a lot of it comes down to personal preference, and I'm in the camp that I voted leave, and I still don't think we should leave. But if the
You voted leave.
sorry, voted remain. If the will of the people is like, well, they genuinely want to leave, and that is exactly what they're campaigning for, then you know what. I am only a small part of this country.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like if it comes to it and democratically we decide that we want to leave, that's fine. But I disagree with the people who say that the High Court saying that the MPs need to vote on it is undemocratic, because it's not. That's how democratic process works. That's how things become law in the UK.
That is. It must be voted on in Parliament, but Parliament should reflect, in general, what the people want to see. So that
and what is most benefit to the people.
Anyway,
because you could say that people sometimes don't know what is best for them.
yeah, yes, but that's where autocracy comes in, and we're not an autocracy. We are a democracy.
Yeah, but the government has to be to some degree paternalistic.
Should they? Do they?
Well, because
That's
I,
not. That's
I know there'd be many areas that they say I would prefer to have good roads than good schools, and the government has to say actually good schools matter more to us.
Yeah, and
That's part of the autocracy.
I totally see that, and that's why you get a lot of things voted on without basically referendum or whatever you're assessing what the will of the people. But in a purely perfect world, democracy should represent what the majority of the people want,
agree, but we don't live
and
in a
therefore we
perfect
trust
world.
governments to make decisions in our benefit, which is in general why I think that this Brexit vote was just stupid, basically.
I totally agree. Anyway, we are back into the action. TCA versus UK Legends. Zandia taking a bit of pressure here from Krogs then, but returning the favour with a good command attack. Deadly. Flourish onto Sebla. Catches him out. Couple of auto attacks from Deadly as well. Looking for the kill. Not going to be able to get it, but they do force Sebla back, and he's had to use his potion really early on.
Yeah, he has. That's a lot of early pressure. We've got another pause coming in. The whole game's got high ping, apparently, so...
Should we sit down again?
Yeah, let's just sit down again.
So, back to T with Sona and Excoundrel.
What topic would you like to discuss now?
I think we should move over sort of democracy and talk more about... Let's talk about
Do you like
UK League of Legends,
do you
'cause
like
that's more...
Do you like space?
I do. I like space, but I'm not knowledgeable about space.
See, I love space. Space is like one of my biggest sort of areas of
Pet
interest,
knowledge
pet and
spots,
knowledge.
yeah.
Do you know what my favorite theory is? That black holes are just it's called the sort of black hole universe theory.
So it's a separate universe.
Yeah, going into through a black hole just goes to another universe.
So it's like a wormhole.
Well,
basically.
yeah, well, no, because wormholes are supposed. So what wormholes are, and this is the Stephen Hawking definition of wormholes, is that space and time is not something that is relatively defined by a three-dimensional. I know this is going to be.
No, I'm paying
it's not relatively defined by a three-dimensional. So say I have space here, right? What Hawking suggests as a wormhole is that you can actually take space on a flat plane and bend it together
So
like
you're
this,
curving space.
so that essentially you can curve space and time, so that you bend it together like this, so that point A and point B, which were here originally,
Are now
were
next to each
here,
other.
and the wormhole goes directly through.
Okay, so a wormhole is basically bending space-time to allow you to traverse long distances.
Long
that you
distances
short
in
of
very
here.
short distances.
Yeah,
That's the Hawking theory of wormholes. The space,
Black hole,
the black hole
galaxy
theory,
or
or the universe theory, because so the universe is everything that we know, right? The multiverse theory is that there is multiple
Many
versions of
universes,
everything
yeah.
that we know.
Like, are you talking about parallel universes then?
Yeah, that multiverse theory is parallel universes. That there was a universe that we could be
So
doing.
every decision that is made
So there is
causes a multiverse.
exactly. There's an
of
infinite number of amount of universes, and there is probably a universe where me and you are doing this exact same thing, but I'm
and
called
it's not paused.
No, I'm called Sona, and you're called Excoundrel.
What?
I know there could actually be a universe where that exists, right? That's genuinely one of the
Mate,
theories.
you've blown my tiny little mind.
I know, because how could that ever happen? And we've just been told that infinity is impossible. I don't know about Charlie.
Why
but
is infinity impossible? then?
I'm not sure.
Shad, can you come out here, please, mate, and tell us why infinity is impossible? He's on his way.
He's coming in.
Why is infinity impossible?
This is so great. We've now got Shed involved. There's not infinite energy in the universe, and therefore there can't be
But
infinity.
if the universe is ever expanding, can it not be creating energy at a
Energy, well, technically by Newton's law, energy can't be created or
well,
destroyed,
yeah,
only transferred.
yeah. Pardon?
Exactly. You can't create. But all energy
So
that exists,
what-
all
when-
energy that exists in the universe, technically, by Newton's theory,
Is the amount of energy we have.
is the amount of energy that was created from the Big Bang. That is all of the energy that
So
ever
as
exists
we
in the
expand,
universe.
we lose heat energy but gain energy in other forms.
Kinetic energy, for instance.
Okay. Yeah, too far and then you freeze. But then there's the idea of the great rebound as well, the big rebound,
The
where
big
we hit
collapse,
the
whatever it's called.
collapse, yeah, where we hit the extent of the Big Bang and then everything starts collapsing on itself. And that's also the heat death of the
But
universe,
that's-
it's an exothermic rather than endothermic.
But that's supposed to be defined by gravity, right? And I don't think there's a singular gravitational Well, not that we know of. There's not a single area
holes?
gravitational. Yeah, but there's black
What
holes
if
in the
you got-
Milky Way.
Yeah, but what if you got like combined black holes and had
Into
a
a super
super black hole?
Yeah, potentially. But as far as we are aware, there's not an area of the universe with a singular large enough gravitational pull to pull everything back in. But actually, did you know that in about, I think about 2 billion years, that our Andromeda and Milky Way are going to merge together to form some sort of super galaxy?
What would you call that galaxy?
The Milky Dromeda? And Andy Way.
that sounds-
Andy Day. It's Vedius. It's the Vedius.
It's the Andy Day.
It's the Vedius.
Milky Dromeda sounds a little bit like a camel that's used specifically.
We're
for
still in
its
pause, by
semen.
the way, guys. I think someone's
It's
having
like
pig
this,
issues.
this is our Dromeda that we milk. It's the Milky Dromeda, or for it's like camel milk,
Yeah,
because
it's
Dromeda
actually-
is a
it's-
type of camel.
what is it in Fallout series where they call that those weird two-headed cow things? Bay something. So they're like Bemedas or Besdas. I don't know.
I'm done.
Not
not
Bethesda's the company
Yeah,
that
they're
does it. Yeah, yeah,
Bethesda's.
yeah, I know,
Let's
yeah.
just name it after
Yeah, yeah.
ourselves.
But
Okay,
sorry,
so
that brings
we've
back-
named. No, we're going to get away from that because I feel that's a little bit dense for the time.
I don't know. I like space, dude.
Yeah, I can understand you liking it, and it was an informative discussion, but we wasted about 10 minutes on it, right? And I feel that perhaps that's
Wasted
enough.
or enjoyed? I don't know. Shed agrees with me. We had a fun discussion there.
Yeah, you know what I realised when we were talking to Shed earlier on about Infinity? No one on the stream can hear him. So we were answering his questions and like arguing points back and forth with him, but literally no, it was just us talking to ourselves. In fact, I'm not too surprised.
There
if
he goes, there's Shed.
That's Shed's finger. A thumb. If this is actually just all something I've dreamt, and I'm actually in like a medically induced coma,
Potentially.
surviving some sort of horrific
What
car
topic
crash
do you want to
when I
move on
was
to
2.
next? We talked about space.
I think we should talk about something like let's talk about UK League of Legends.
Oh, that's a risky thing to bring up right now.
Oh,
though.
that is actually.
I mean, you could have opinions that might not fit.
Do you want to talk about plants?
What about plants?
PBE plants.
I don't know enough about them yet. I haven't done enough
I can
research.
discuss them
Okay.
through. So there's 3 different types of plants.
Yeah.
You have 2 plants that spawn around Dragon Pit that you can pop, and so one on either side, and then on the other side. So you get 4. There's
Right.
so one at Dragon Pit and one up near where blue is, and then one at blue buff for red side
Sure.
and one up near where red is, Baron Pit. That you click, and they're in a cone in front of them, they clear an area. So I'll call them sweeping plants for now. I can't remember
Okay.
the exact name. They sweep an area like Oracle's lands.
And they kill some wars. Or you
No,
can kill
but so
wars.
yeah,
back there.
you spot the ward and you kill the ward. And then
It's what a great shot.
this is what I would look like if I were on a letter. So if I ever become famous enough,
If you became the
if
king
I
and you
became
licked your
the
own
king-
face, you could just. Brilliant. So okay, never mind. Never
amused by these plants.
mind what the plants do.
I know,
What is
okay.
your opinion on them?
In all honesty, I think the problem is that Riot have taken away the smite buffs you get from Razorbeaks and stuff,
Sure.
and they've said that's because they find that slightly too complex and they wanted to reduce the complexity and make it more obvious. Now, one of the main sort of clashbacks that came from the community was when Riot said they are randomly generated. And they're not randomly generated. There are algorithms to show when they're going to be generated, and they will always come at a certain sort of gap of time. So it's a bit like Roshan in Dota, who will spawn between a time and a time. And that's what the plants are like. But they spawn in set locations, but they can spawn between a random set of those sets, if that
Sure.
makes sense. I feel that they could add some... I feel they can add some ingenuity into the game, and I think there's some good outplay potential, especially with there's the boom plants, which knock you back or knock you forward. But I'm not sure how effective they're going to be until they're balanced. But that's the same thing with... I like change in League of Legends in all honesty. I'm much more for change than not for change.
Sure. My only opinion is that we are in
Oh, back again.
Yeah, they're playing 4v5 though. My only opinion is that in general, First Blood's gone over to Orianna. So Zandia picks up First Blood. My only opinion of this situation is that I think the League of Legends map is not big enough to add more things. I just feel like it might clutter the map a little bit. Then again, I haven't seen them in play, so until I've seen them in play, I think
In
we'll have
my
to wait.
opinion, they don't clutter the map too much. They kind of fit where they need to fit. But it's an interesting one. I really look forward to seeing how it affects PBE and the game in general when they come out. For me, I like change in League of Legends. I feel that it needs to change the game to be consistently competitive. It's not like CSGO to some degree, where CSGO, they've got a format which is, you point your gun at the enemy's head and shoot them, and you can refine that format, but a lot of the extra skill comes out of just being very good at doing that. Whereas with League of Legends, a high-level play is much more about macro than micro, or the small mechanical plays you can make. Everyone kind of evens out at a basically even keel, and then it's about how you strategically play. So you need small changes to change the strategic depth of the game.
Anyway, it looks
in
like
my
we
opinion.
have Adam has reconnected, I believe.
It's
here.
Raisins.
No, Adam's.
Oh no, sorry, UK. Yeah.
Yeah, he's called Adam. He has reconnected, so hopefully he'll be ready and raring to go. And we should have a full-on 5v5 here. Apologies, guys, we are thoroughly behind schedule, but you know sometimes you just can't help that with pauses. It just happens.
So apparently, we should from now on invite callers into the broadcast when we have long breaks. I agree with that.
Can you make that work? Like
Just Skype call.
Because remember, you know when we did the Halloween
Yeah.
broadcast, and I came in and did the little bit on the back screen or whatever.
Right.
I was told that I couldn't get audio into
Okay. I'm
into
sure
the cast.
I'm sure we could organise it somehow. Could just hold it up to my microphone once again. 1-0 up here for UK, looking to.
I need to take off my jacket
take
because
out
I'm drinking tea and it's warming me
TCA.
up.
It's a little bit of a lead in the bottom lane for Deadly. He's got double longsword picked up and doing a good job with Raisins here to pressure back. UK seems to be back into it as well. Tyr on Ezreal means he can start scaling. Manny Triceps and Shikari are just pummeling each other, but it's really like watching two old women try and fight with their handbags. Not really a huge amount going to go on there. And eventually one of the jungle White Knights will have to come in and intervene.
Looks like Jet now targeted by Bowser.
Bowser looking for the kill, will jump over the wall. Jet has used his flash. Here comes Krogsen though, Siphon Power into the Death Ray. Bowser might not have an escape from this. Not much mana left on Krogsen. Jet almost down. Here comes the Sonic Wave and Krogsen catches himself out. Cocoon misses from Jet and he's going to fall as well. Zandia with a double. UK caught out. Aqua Prison flashed away from. Exhausted come out as well. And here comes Deadly. The grenade will be healed up by Sebla. Gets himself out alive.
Yep, Sebla a little bit behind as you would expect. He's been playing 1 versus 2 a little bit, but looks like Zandia, that mid lane matchup, the one that we were talking about the most in terms of the disparity between two of the players, Zandia's been able to just accelerate very quickly. Bowser, by the way, is an excellently sim player, and he's obviously got his team off to a good start in that respect also, but Zandia probably the sort of the standout player for UK Legends, and Krogsen probably the weakest of the lanes here. It's a good start for UK Legends against TCA. A TCA team who have been really struggling recently, internal politics and sort of team changes and stuff that have been happening. You just feel like they might not be playing to their absolute best right now. Looks like Adam is just going to start to back off. Deadly, really, for me, has been a standout player for TCA.
Yeah,
though.
he's very strong.
I feel like he, in general, has been absolutely excellent for them. I think probably their strongest carry lane at this point in time. Obviously, Krogsen's had some tough times in the mid lane, and Matty Triceps is a replacement for Yopper, who has gone from the TCA lineup as far as I'm aware. And he, as a Diamond 3 player, you know, he'll know that he's not as strong as some of his oppositions. But first turret of the game, actually going to go down to Deadly and Raisins, but Bowser's here to try and capitalize.
He is. Raisins is low. Bowser decides he doesn't want to go in. I think they may have spotted Jet just waiting around the corner. He's not going to be able to get too much out of it. Now, that first turret is pretty strong. Evens the gold out, even though they're 3 kills down. And makes it a little bit easier on both of them at the moment. Now, Maddie tries to fill. Krogsen caught out by Zandia and Bowser. Zandia gets his 4th kill of the game. He's really on fire on this Orianna.
Yeah, and this is like what we talked about, and Bowser's doing a really good job of coordinating with Zandia for this. It is the matchup that's going to be the hardest for them. Actually, Mesh Triceps against Shikari, he's put a lot of pressure down, did really well in that particular trade. He's now got the Tiamat, so he'll be able to push waves very effectively also. They may lose their mid lane tower from this. You're actually going to see a rotation coming out from Jet and Raisins, but it might be too little too late with that wave that is stacking up right now.
I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to do here. I think.
Really? I think they should be able to take the turret in.
I think Zandia's going to get caught out by Raisins. There's the Cocoon. They do take the turret, but the Aqua Prison comes down. Zandia might fall to Jet. Bowser comes in right at the right moment to stop them. Sonic Wave on Raisins. Not going to chase it up because Krogsen's arrived. And they do take the turret. But I thought perhaps Jet and Raisins would be able to defend it, you know. They had the opportunity, just didn't have the will. And that you need the will to find the way. Maddie Triceps fighting into Shikari. Needs to be cautious because there's only about 150 HP on that Trundle. Zandia's dead.
No, he's
apart
not.
from the fact that he flashes away. I'm trying to make predictions here.
I like your
trying to do the
predictions.
space. This is in one multiverse. Zandia would have been dead there.
Yep.
Krogsen caught out by Bowser, and he will fall to the Dragon's Rage kick.
Look, I can be perfectly honest about this. Croxon has been continuously a very big weak point for TCA's lineup as the game progresses. In general, I've always thought he's a fine mid laner, but he just hasn't stacked up to the competition that he's had to face from that mid lane position, either in the sort of what we saw during the MCM tournament over the weekend and what we've seen during UK Masters. Croxon has been limited by his champion pool at times and has been punished heavily over and over again. Looks like we're just going to see another pause come through. Maybe going to get a restart.
Yeah, Croxon just did seem to disconnect. Had a bug splat, so hopefully we'll be back into the game. It's a game of pauses, but hopefully be back in just a second. Now, Croxon, as you say, not having the best of times in that mid lane, has upgraded his Hex Core, as you might expect. He's sitting on the Mark 1. And we're actually going to reconnect, so let's just wait this one out, because I think that we're going to be out of this pause in just a second. Production wanted to come back to us, but I'm not sure how much more space talk I can handle, in all honesty.
I don't know. I have no idea why you don't find that incredibly interesting.
Well, I did. I found it very interesting, but it was enough. It was enough for the moment. We are back into game. Here we go. It's a mediocre gold lead. 10 minutes in. At 1,600, the advantage for
this
UK Legends.
Mid lane going down now will open up UK Legends to expand into that red side jungle and you can see that's come through for the wards. You're actually seeing some good defensive warding coming out from TCA. Jet doing his best to try and clear as much as possible here. And Dragon seems to be on the cards for either squad. It is that Mountain Drake, pretty important when you're coming out for a siege composition, both of which teams have pretty solid siege in that respect. So getting that Mountain Drake might be an important part of their win condition. Otherwise, we're just going to wait to see if we can have a tier 1 push on this bot lane for the bot lane from UK Legends. It is pretty low at this point in time. You know, a coordinated effort from Bowser and his bot lane might be able to secure that one, and then they can start to rotate up to other areas, but Sebla caught out.
Sebla is caught out. Here comes the curtain call. Not really going to do too much in that bot side. UK gets caught out as well. There's the heal. Raisin's looking for the chase. With that Tidecaller's Blessing, we'll get the slow. There's the flash Aquavism, but UK dodges it out. Straight into the oncoming arms of Jet, who flash cocoons onto Sebla. Sebla shouldn't be able to get away from Jet here. Takes him down. Bowser tries to get the kickoff, but just kicks Jet through the exhaust. Here's the chase with the Sonic Wave, though, and Jet will fall. It's Nami caught off towards the side now as well. Raisins has to try and get away from Zandia and Bowser. Bowser is looking for Princess Peach, who is Raisins in this scenario that I have concocted in my mind. Bowser takes him down.
Yeah, the only lane that's been going quite well for TCA thus far has been that top lane, Matty Triceps. You know, he does have an okay matchup into Shikari on the Poppy, and you've seen that through the way that this has been going. He's been able to, for the most part, trade quite effectively. Does get stunned into the wall, though, here, Sona.
That does knock back. There's the Keeper's Verdict as well. Shikari tries to land the Hammer Shock. The sustain from Matty Triceps is okay with the Chomp, but Shikari just needs one more auto, you must think, to take out Matty Triceps. Knocks him back, slams him with the hammer, and pushes Matty Triceps down. Yeah,
no subjugate for Matty Triceps, so wasn't able to use that in that engage, and that's why he got caught off guard. He hasn't built any resistances at this point in time, is going straight towards what could be a Titanic Hydra, I believe. So you're seeing here Shikari generally has the better dueling potential in close quarters with that Barmy Cinder and having picked up some armor in the same respect also. So yeah, I mean, kind of expected that if Matty Triceps doesn't have subjugate, he doesn't win the fight. If he does, then maybe he does.
Maybe he does indeed. It's a difficult one, in all honesty, because I feel Zandia is just too far ahead now in that middle lane for TCA to be able to get back in this game. UK Legends looking to be legendary already. 2 members of their team already on that 4-0 kill streak. And Bowser looks to be building more damage as well. Longsword in the inventory along with that Warrior's Enchant. Zandia almost has his Morello Nomicon. Bowser just jumps in onto Jet, very happy to tank up some deadly damage to be able to trade on to that Elise.
So, taking that tier 1 turret down, now you're going to start to see rotations come out from the team. They've also picked up that Dragon, so that Mountain Dragon has gone over to UK Legends. TCA, I mean, they have just looked like they've crumbled from their performance at the ESL Premiership Finals, where they looked super strong versus, I believe it was M&M in the semi-finals. They think they took that all the way to 3 games.
Charlie, press D, please. Thank you very much.
Took it all the way to 3 games. They've looking like they've slowly been, unfortunately, performing worse and worse. And I can't put my finger on why. I honestly don't have a clue as to that respect. Zandia takes a lot of damage here from Jet, but will take a lot of damage in return.
Jet should go down here to Zandia. We'll be able to repel out. Shikari takes him out. Looking for Matty Triceps as well. We'll be able to get too much out of this.
Good rotation coming out from
It's a great rotation
UK
from
Legends
Zebra,
as
yeah.
well. I mean, they know exactly that the fact that their main objective now is that tier 1 on the top lane. They've made that early rotation with the bot lane. There's no way as a Trundle you're going to be able to wave clear this as effectively as you'd like to.
Here comes the tidal wave. Shikari tanking up the turret. There is the shockwave. Maddie Triceps caught out. True Shot Barrage doesn't connect. Shikari needs to find a way out of this action, and he'll get out with the flash. Perhaps not the best rotation after that. UK caught out here by Krogson, going to chase him down with the Chaos Storm. Gravity Field as well locks him in place. And Krogson gets his first kill of the game. Looking for Sebla now as well. Has popped that Ghost, going for the chase. Jumps across the wall with the Arcane
Good
Shift.
response from TCA, by the way, to be able to make that kind of play. I think it was a little bit over-aggressive from Shikari to look for the tower dive without that much vision in the blue side jungle of TCA. Bowser now going to be focused here. He doesn't have his flash either.
There is the Aqua Prism. Doesn't have flash, as you say, and won't be able to do much to get away from that fight. TCA, fourth kill of the game.
What can they do with this, though? They're going to try and siege onto this tier 1, but you are going against an Orianna who has already picked up her Morellonomicon. She will be able to clear waves very, very efficiently. So this tier 1 siege might end in its tracks right now.
Quite possibly. We did see Zandia get caught out a little bit with the Deadly Flourish. Sebla's trying to fight into Maddie Triceps, and this actually shows how weak Maddie is at the moment, not being able to even trade into an AD carry.
Well,
It is an Ezreal.
it's more the fact that it's ranged versus Trundle.
Yeah.
Unless you land that pillar, even if you do land that pillar, Ezreal just has Arcane Shift to shift past it. So it's a matchup that you, in general, are going to find it difficult to win out in regardless. But he has got tier 2 boots, so you know if he sticks down that Frozen Ground or
Frozen Domain.
Frozen Domain, if you stick down that Frozen Domain, then you might actually be able to catch up to him as long as it's placed effectively. But it's a difficult matchup to trade into, so you know I'm not going to blame him for that respect.
Still looking up towards this top side, both teams putting a lot of priority up there. There's the flash pillar. Sebla does have his flash in a second to get away. The cocoon lands. There's the Deadly Flourish as well. Jet secures the kill. Here's the teleport though, and it looks like UK Legends might go for this. They knock away Raisins, push back Deadly. Bowser joins the fray. The Dragon's Rage will not connect onto Deadly.
Good
Bowser
juke.
can't land the Sonic Wave either. Here's the Curtain Call. Jet the front line alongside Maddie Triceps. There's the Aqua Prism on 2. Shikari tanking it up. Deadly needs to join this if they want to get any more damage down, but Maddie Triceps falls. Deadly has no mana either. Raisins almost gets taken out. And UK Legends trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, and because of they're all remaining fairly healthy, honestly, Adam did a really good job of soaking that up with the Mantra Inspire. They're now going to be able to capitalize and siege onto this tier 1 top lane tower, which is super important because it's been one of the major issues. Jet jumps in.
Bowser is landing these Qs like an absolute god. Jet does jump in. Shikari caught up in the Aqua Prism means he won't be able to get the chase off. Actually, Krogsen is looking for the flank. He's coming up. There's the True Shot Barrage. That's not going to connect. Here comes Krogsen. UK should be his first target. Has that Siphon Power, has the Death Ray, has the Chaos Storm, but the Command Protect on UK might keep him alive. Flashes the Shockwave, flashes the damage from Bowser, but can't flash the Command Dissonance. And now Bowser the target for Maddie Triceps. Zandia there as well. Shikari jumps in, but gets knocked up in the Aqua Prism. Deadly Flourish. Maddie Triceps falls once again. Second time this fight, it feels. Sonic Wave doesn't land onto Raisins. Zandia can look for the chase. There's no turret there. Here comes Sebla. Thank you very much. I'll take that one. Deadly takes down Bowser, though. And all in all, I want to say that was a 5 for 2?
Take a guess, buddy, because your guess is as good as mine.
I think it's 5 for 2 because Jet fell. Maddie Triceps fell twice. That's actually 6. And then Bowser and Sebla died. 6 for 2, I'm going to go with.
It was, yeah, I think that could potentially be correct. But the end result is just another advantage for UK Legends to try and capitalize on, which is taking yet another turret in their favor. Next Dragon will be spawning soon, and that Next Dragon has already got good vision control here for UK Legends. It's going to be the Cloud Drink, so maybe you could argue of less importance than others, but if that free objective is there for the taking and you don't have the ability yet to siege onto any tier 2s, it's a perfectly viable objective to just take off the board. What do UK Legends do now to just continue to push this lead? I think you need to start to shake up that split push. You know, you've got that Sunfire Cape finished, so I don't know, you might be able to trade effectively into Maddie Triceps. He has foregone his attempt at going towards anything further than a Tiamat right now. He's mainly using that Tiamat to push waves.
Maddie Triceps is really struggling this game. In my
I think he's one of the least that has been struggling in general. I mean, he's been punished heavily by some ganks in the top lane, especially trying to defend that tier 1, but on a 1v1 basis...
Yeah, 1v1 has been fine, but the game hasn't been 1v1.
No, but I think there's been some people on TCA who have struggled more, especially Krogson from my opinion. Oh, good!
Great Shockwave pulls Krogson in as well. Here's the Curtain Call. Chaos Storm down. Krogson almost goes out to the turret, but it's Zandia's just like, come on, guys, come on, I can take you. I'll take you on. I'll take you all on, lads. I'll take you all on. Deadly says thanks very much and gets the final also.
Yeah, but you know, all of that time bought there for Zandia, just using the Ghost juking around, has allowed the tier 2 in the mid lane to go down, and maybe the tier inhibitor turret going down for them as well.
Zandia doing his Queen impression. It's like, all right, Bladder, take you all on, mate.
All right,
the big 4 members up here to take me down.
I think everyone's
I lived through the war.
Everyone's had enough of that meme. So they were even able to siege onto that
Should be my
inhibitor turret.
career when you say that. So they get 2 turrets in the mid lane, might even get 1 down towards the bottom side as well. Maddie Tricep's going to get knocked back by the Keeper's Verdict. Banhammer comes out, and Bowser, Sebla, UK, and Shikari will say thank you very much. 3rd turret of this push for them. And Quisimon Shikari has to flash the wall through that pillar of ice.
And all of that came from Zandia basically buying enough time for his team to then take tier 2 inhibitor turret mid lane, rotate round because Shikari had pushed that bot lane quite efficiently into the tier 2.
Looked like Bowser was waiting for Raisins there.
Yeah, I don't think he was going to get away with it because the rest of the team is backing off. And they take the dragon. On top of all of that, they take the dragon as well. So all of that came from a singular TCA greed play in that top lane to try and take out Zandia, which obviously in that situation they were trying to siege onto the tier 1 top lane. That made perfect sense to take out Zandia because you had to. But Zandia was able to play them for enough time that they got 3 towers out of it and a dragon. I would definitely say 1 tower is worth it for a kill. Maybe even dragon is just worth it for a kill. But 3 towers and dragon for a kill, absolutely 100% worth.
Yep, especially when one of those is an inhibitor tower. Being able to open up the base is a vital part of League of Legends. And if you can do it this early on, especially with a team that doesn't have the best siege in the world against good wave clear in the form of a Jhin and a Victor, being able to get rid of that tower makes it so much easier for you to crack into that inhibitor line.
So, now UK Legends, Baron is up. They can continue to push that bot lane. Shikari does have his teleport. It looks like he's working towards a Frozen or Iceborne Gauntlet as well. Jet's going to try and take out Bowser here.
We'll take him down to about half HP, but I'm not sure he takes Bowser out in a straight 1v1 yet. Building up
Especially with
towards the
Hex Trinket.
Rhyolites, hasn't got Proto Belt. And yes, as you say, Hex Trinket and Mercury Treads on the side of Bowser. Here comes Deadly with the Yumus. Needs to try and dodge away. We'll get caught with the tether flashes at the last moment. Shikari knocks Raisins back. That's a very dead Nami. Fish and chips for tea. Thank you very much. We'll take the inhibitor as well.
Nice deep ward there.
Legends. Yeah, great deep ward.
That facilitated that play from Shikari, although, you know, oh wow, nice ultimate coming up from
Chaos Storm
Krogson.
comes out. Krogson will get caught up by UK. Bowser was the target of the cocoon. He's going to jump onto Krogson across the wall, looking for the chase. Dragon's Rage kick. The pillar comes out, but not enough to stop them in their tracks. Deadly falls as well. Might even look for the dive on Maddie Triceps here. Heroic charge into Shockwave, brings him away slightly. Shikari might fall to the tower, will go down. But Sebla comes in, takes the kill for himself. The only member really of UK Legends that hasn't shown up yet. He's starting to 3, 2, and 4 on that Ezreal.
I think if UK Legends take this win here, even if they get a draw, they basically almost certainly secured themselves 3rd seed pending, you know, a catastrophic disaster in the last
4th
few.
seed, right?
No, 3rd seed because XL Esports will drop to 4th. And that means XL Esports will probably be locked in for 4th seed, which means they might have to play District.
Tough game. It's a tough seed lock. We'll have to make sure those statistics are correct. Curtain Call did come out. Double kill for Zandia. He's played out of his mind, in all honesty, on this Orianna. There's the Deadly Flourish as well. We'll be able to back away. They got the Nexus turrets down, but haven't quite taken out that 50 extra gold to win the game.
No, they were very close to doing so, but having stayed, they probably would have all died and they wouldn't have been able to take the Nexus down in time. They're very short death timers at this point, so they, unless they were getting kill after kill in that scenario, but you feel like it's only a matter of time. I feel like, for the most part, they could probably just straight up push down that mid lane and win. They seem to be winning on a 5v5 basis right now. Zandia is just so far ahead right now for UK Legends as well. Yeah, I don't know if there's many ways. Krogson's probably going to get taken out by Shikari here. Or no? No, he's not going to commit to it.
If Krogson got taken out by Shikari, that's Shikari playing incredibly well, especially with Deadly there. It looks like they will just be able to get away. They have used the Chaos Storm here. We'll get the Rhyolite slows down. Here comes Jet as well. That's looking for the chase. There's the Keeper's Verdict. Knocks Jets away. It means they just can't do too much. They were trying to get Sakari to have to back away because then they could make this cross-map play with Maddie Triceps pushing in that bottom lane tower. Now Shikari's looking for a bit of an engage. She doesn't have the teleport, of course. Will just back away.
They're going to try and, I think, just push down mid lane. I think with the Nexus being open, they can probably do this. They can buy enough time. Raisins is dead.
That he is, Zandia, with a huge burst of damage on this Orianna. It's something you can do when you are this big. Dragon's Rage kick available. Deadly gets knocked back, and Deadly's dead as well. It's a double. It's a deadly duo coming out from Bowser and Zandia. Looking for the Nexus. This should be the game, really, in all honesty, going to UK Legends. However, Maddie Triceps has something else to say about it. Shikari locks out Kroxen down towards the bottom side of the fight. Shikari's still going for this. Jet actually picks up a double for himself. Zandia and Bowser are going to join the party. Try and take out Maddie Triceps if they can. That Nexus down to half HP. Here comes Maddie Triceps dead. And now Jet is on Zandia. He'll take him out. Shikari's going to fall as well. Bowser, the last man standing, trying to take down the Nexus. Just cannot do it. TCA hold back the floodgates.
Hold back the river.
Hold back the
Let me look in
river.
your eyes. And they've managed to bring it to a 6k gold difference now at 24 minutes. They can, looking like they want to try and rush Baron off the back of this. That's just disrespecting Jet for the most part, and the damage that he's putting out with the Ryalize and the jungle item, and the fact that they thought that they could basically essentially three-man rush that Nexus without leaving their biggest damage dealer, which is Zandia, on the table. They're going to see that the Baron is the call here, but only Sebla and Adam to contest this.
Sebla can contest this though. He's got a lot of poke. True Shot Barrage comes out, deadly low. He's going to get hit with that Baron passive as well. There's the inner flame. Jet taken low. Kroxen has no mana here and should fall to the ignite. Jet the next target. This is 2v4 and the Baron is almost down. They're going to smite it at the last moment. Take it. And now it's up to Sebla to take out Deadly. Does get the kill. Jet trying to get onto him. Will take him down. Kroxen's still alive off towards the side as well. He got back to base. And UK just not able to defend. Cocoon in. Jet jumps in. But will fall to Zandia's autos. Jet a little bit greedy. Raisins doesn't get away from the Tempest Cripple. And they take down 3 members. Lose 2 in response. Now, I'm not sure they can push into this. It's still Kroxen and Maddie Triceps.
I don't know. If they take out,
the
Kroxen,
defenders.
they can definitely just rush.
Here we go. They're looking for it. There is Shikari. Subjugate comes out. Kroxen gets caught up with the shockwave. They just want to get Kroxen. Deadly up in 5 seconds though, and they do have Baron buff minions, but no Nexus towers to go with it.
It's only half Nexus HP.
It's only half Nexus HP. Scoundrel, you are a little bit of a killjoy. That was going to be an exciting fight, but it just wasn't. As they go for the Nexus. UK Legends close out the game in 25 minutes in a game where the pause was as long as the actual gameplay.
Do you know what? You're probably correct there. I think the pause was almost on par with the length of the gameplay that we had.
Cheers, old team.
I'm not going to put my jacket back on. It's got past the point where I think that's relevant anymore.
Pink is out for the lads. What a satisfying brew.
What was really satisfying is that we were entirely synchronized in the way we did
the
that.
next game?
Yeah,
so we can get back into the next lobby. Hopefully we'll be quick getting into the next matchup. It's obviously possible we might have a little bit of delay as we had a few issues in the last game, of course, with administration issues. Now, UK pretty let's start that again. UK Legends looked pretty strong, but TCA held down the fort in certain places. Scoundrel, where would you look to TCA if you were to change things up for the second
More
game?
pressure needed for Kroxen in the mid lane, especially coming from Jet. I feel
Definitely.
like he needs to be, as Elise, applying a lot more pressure to Orianna, who is weak without her summoners. You could probably burn Orianna's summoners, and as an Elise and Victor, expect to get consistent kills there. And Kroxen looks like he needs the most help out of the TCA lineup. Maddie Triceps seems to be able to hold his own for the most part, and the bot lane in general, I think, probably, given how good Deadly is, I know it's very interesting. Given how good Deadly is, they might actually be able to be able to do well in a 2v2 scenario. So I think Jet and Kroxen need to get that synergy going because Kroxen is just getting decimated, and the fact that this has happened against him against multiple teams, he loses that tier 1 very early, and unfortunately, it results in just loss of major map pressure for TCA.
Do you think you change your pick ban slightly as well? Do you maybe pick Kroxen the Anivia? I disagree with picking Anivia.
Probably ban Lee Sin.
Yeah. Take that away from Bowser.
Yeah, I think taking Bowser off Lee Sin is fine.
But then what ban do you lose? Like, you don't want to leave Nidalee open, don't want to leave Syndra open, you don't want to leave Jace open.
Do you care that much about Jace? I suppose with having Matty Triceps there, you might think he could get exploited quite heavily by a good top laner. But Matty Triceps is a good top laner, but he's a Diamond 3 sub that's coming to replace Yopper.
He's not quite got the
he's
synergy
not
he needs,
quite got that level yet that he needs to be at.
He's not going to crack out the Yasuo and just win the game.
Yeah, but we'll make sure we try and we try and get into picks and bans very quickly following this.
I think Sebla himself has said order fast, please. So it looks like we just need to switch over Raisins, and we are ready to go into picks and bans. It's the last game of the night. It's the last game of week 5 here in the UK Masters. While these guys jump in, let's have a quick look at that table, and we can talk about some of the changes that have gone on. I realised that was a little bit mean to production. I should have given them a little bit more time, but here we go. Here's the table.
It's again the up here. It's nice.
It's nice, but I just don't know what's going on with it. So, UK Legends and TCA fighting out for that
So
fourth
UK
spot.
Legends have at least got a point off the back of this
But
now.
XL are ahead by 3 points. So if UK Legends, if TCA win this game, XL will continue in that third spot.
Yeah, but it's predicting what's going to happen in the following weeks as well.
XL
XL have
beat
got
District, mate.
they've got to beat District.
Yeah.
They've got a harder run, I think, and UK Legends probably have. I think they've got 2 moderately easy matchups. I would say easy in inverted
Perilous
commas.
Void have
But
looked very strong though.
yeah,
I
that's
think UK Legends
the
haven't
one
played
spanner in
them
the
yet.
works for me. Perilous Void, they could really throw out some shapes for messing this table up because they've been looking better and better as weeks have gone by.
Chuck out a little fish.
But
fish
Sensei,
cardboard
you mean
box.
you'd say Sensei haven't looked fantastic?
Well, we are into picks and bans. It's Olaf and Zyra off the cards here. UK Legends on the blue side might try and leave up a power pick for themselves, or TCA could get that counter pick finally. And your shirt does not agree with the camera.
Does
at
it not?
all.
Oh
No.
well, sorry, camera.
Can you just keep moving side to side? It's almost hypnotic. This is what UK League casting would look like if you were on drugs.
It's actually just this bit because in general
Yeah.
it doesn't agree with the camera. It does
It
okay.
does on that
It does
camera.
okay
It
if
looks
it's a
fine on
close
that
shot,
camera,
but if
yeah.
it's a
So
long shot,
just look at Exandrel's face for the rest of the cast, and I think that's all right. You have to look into the camera lens.
I know, but I was just doing sort of an
Into the camera
atmospheric
lens.
sort
Give him
of.
a wink. Oh, what a cheeky chappy. What a cheeky chappy. You can't handle his cheeky chappies, boys. I don't do winks, man. I'm too sophisticated for that.
You
one.
are.
I need a haircut. Holy moly, what is going on over here?
I had my haircut
Like a
moderately
little-
recently.
Can do the whole emo thing.
I did have that going on for quite a while, and then I got rid of it because it just looked horrendous. Anyway, so Nidalee, I would imagine the final ban to be Syndra. Oh, it's actually going to be Poppy, so that means Syndra could be picked up for Zandia. Now, Zandia is a fantastic Syndra player. Syndra generally tends to be first pick if available.
It does, and it is first picked, and Jace locked in. Well, Jace hovered, sorry for many choices. I can't actually see through this hair. So, Olaf at least, Nidalee,
What's your
Zyra,
favourite
Rise,
band?
Poppy bands coming out. What's my favourite band? You wouldn't have heard of them, mate.
Good
So,
one.
Matty in the triceps. So,
Isn't that
second-
Nutri and the Baron minions?
I forgot about Nutri and the Baron minions. They were the best band.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
It is, mate. Okay, hair's going back up out of my face. So,
The power of friendship and magic.
when was that even from? Was that ESL Prem last finals, not
Last
MCM,
finals,
the one
yeah,
before?
the last
Yeah,
finals.
Nutri and the Baron minions, boys. So, Jet is looking at what he wants to pick up here. Elise and Olaf off the cards, and Nidalee as well. 3 strong jungle bans. Lee Sin is probably the only real jungler left available off that tier S pick list.
Yes.
Or A tier, I guess I put him in. Bard lock in early as well with Karma on the cards.
Well,
This is
and they don't.
no
they,
Jin?
Yeah, and they don't choose to take the Jace off the board as well. I think maybe Matty kind of hovering it because it's available, but maybe not so or anticipating wanting to play that into a blind scenario. And though Jace matches up quite well into a lot of popular top lane picks at the moment, it is going to be taking away Ezreal from Deadly. And this is what I expected. Bowser takes Lee, and you just take away Jace because you can dominate Matty Triceps probably on most matchups.
It's AP Ezreal mid. It's AP Ezreal mid. This is the XL special, boys. It's I just saw who you were messaging. That's music.
I just yeah.
Sure, yeah. So AP Ezreal mid, Twitch AD carry, Bard support, and then you play something else. Like you play.
Is this
I
the
don't know,
XL
Anivia.
special? Is this
It's the
literally the
XL
XL
special.
special?
Or AP Ezreal top lane, just to absolutely screw with my mind. What is Twitch? Twitch is a streaming platform on which we're streaming multiplayer_lol. You can also find multiplayer_CSGO and multiplayer_Hearthstone or HS if you want to watch other action throughout the week. Hearthstone is on this weekend for the UK Masters, and I hear there's some pretty good casters coming down to commentate on it.
What are TCA doing?
Playing Pantheon as well, man. Top lane Pantheon is a Jace because you can block one of his auto attacks with your
Sure.
passive.
Now, I think if you are moderately sensible, this is. I mean, Sebler throws back and he goes.
It's legit, boys. It's legit.
Jesus.
See, this is what I love to see, because Excandrew now has to, on the fly, try and work out what the absolute monkeys is going on. I'm going to fill for a little bit to give him some time. We'll talk about the picks here. So We've got Callista being picked up. It's a Blitzcrank lock as well. So it's are you removing them from your friends list?
I've got someone added me, and it's your favourite player, Nonce Hunter 69.
Oh, good old Nonce Hunter
and
69.
I'm
I
just
love that
deciding
name.
who to cull from the friends list.
Okay, so we've got Syndra, Lee Sin, Jace, Callista, and Blitzcrank. And on the other side, we've got Bard, Ezreal, Pantheon, Twitch, and we're looking probably for a mid laner here. Oh no, we were looking for a jungler? Pantheon could jungle, I guess. Like usually you see top lane Panth because you can use your passive to block out a Jace also. I can't actually remember Pantheon's passive name. It's like Shield of Zirconia. Zirconia is a type of...
Oh, it's Ivan. Now I know this is trolling.
No, it's not trolling, man. It's Ivan. It's not what I want to pick on Pantheon. So talk to me about these picks.
Yeah, okay. So it's
Ivan mid.
it's
Ezreal
probably
mid,
Ivan
yeah.
jungle, Ezreal mid, Deadly. What are you looking at, buddy?
The passive name.
It's
Aegis protection. Aegis of
Have
Zionia.
you not played
I haven't played any Pantheon recently.
Doombots
strangely enough.
though? All the Doombots get the Aegis of protection.
Yeah, but
Passively.
as if I remember.
Anyway, so it's going to be Ivern jungle. It's going to be Krogson on the Pantheon mid potentially, unless they change it up. I would do more. I would rather. Well, I guess actually Ezreal matches up into Jace. Okay. I can't even talk about Ivan. He's terrible.
I'm actually getting Ivan's skills up because I can't remember the names. So
I know that one of them is like Betty, summon Betty or something.
Betty is his ultimate.
No, but it's
and
not
then-
actually Betty, is it? It's
Oh, well,
Daisy.
And
It's
Daisy,
yeah.
sorry. And then he's got like root.
By the way,
Collar or
that's the
something.
most useless ultimate that I've ever seen in the
Is
world.
it?
Yeah,
the
it's
three-hit
terrible.
passive,
It's
man.
absolutely
also,
terrible.
I accidentally looked up I earn, and the answer to that is not enough. So if you want to hire me, make sure you go across to my Twitter.
Okay, so let's
Anyway, yes.
I'm going to talk about these because
Root Caller, Bushmaker, Trigger Seed, and Daisy! Because apparently, just putting an exclamation mark makes it a skill ability. Like, nah.
I need to cull more people from the friends list.
Do it, man. Nonce Hunter's messaged you. Do you want to see what he says? So who got culled? Lucian Blood.
It was a random person that I didn't know the name of, and probably I don't know. It was,
You're just too
I don't know
funny.
who this person
Talk
is.
about this composition. UK Legends. They've got Jace
yeah,
Lee.
and, do you know what's
They've
more?
got
Do you know what's
Syndra,
more
they've got
important?
Callista
Culling
Blitzcrank.
people from my
Callista
friends
Blitzcrank
list.
is amazing if you can combo that properly. Now, I also want to talk about Ivan a little bit.
Okay, right. Okay. Look,
What do you want to talk about? You can talk about compositions or Ivan.
I'm going to talk about compositions.
You've never played Ivan.
is
Have you ever
basi-
played in a game with Ivan?
No, I have played Ivan. I played Ivan support. So essentially,
Disgusting human.
I know. This
With a
composition.
Caitlyn. If you play it with a Caitlyn, you are truly a scourge on humanity.
You have.
Hey, do you play it with Caitlyn? Because literally, you just like Bushmaker across the lane, and then put some traps in, and the Caitlyn stands there and gets headshot passive after headshot passive because
Sure.
it doubles.
Yeah.
And then Rengar. It is absolutely broken as monkeys.
So anyway, you've got.
Broken like Harambe.
You'll never work on Overwatch again.
I've never worked on Overwatch.
You've actually got Pantheon in the top lane. That's interesting. I think it's way too easy to proc his Aegis when you're playing Jace in this scenario. But if you get on top of him and manage to land a lot of your harassed, you can all in him quite easily. But then he can just hammer smash you away, or rather knock you away with his Mercury
Can we
hammer.
cut to Excounder's camera, please, guys? Okay, I'm just going to drink under the desk instead. It's fine.
So then I guess you can potentially all in Jace, but I still think it's far too easy to knock that that passive
I
off.
actually
And,
just spilled that down my cheek.
and you can
That's
also
great.
knock Pantheon away pretty readily as Jace. But in the early levels where Jace doesn't really have the damage output that matches Pantheon, definitely didn't spill that.
No, it's fine, it's empty.
I think in general maybe Pantheon could win that there. The Ivan Lee is kind of an interesting jungler. His clear is weird. And you'll see him just obviously just go through the jungle and apply that and then run back through it and just get those one hits
I
to take
believe
it
you'll
away.
find it's called the Friend of the Forest.
Yeah, I
Because he
know.
doesn't actually kill any camps. Now, the interesting thing about Ivan, and I know you're in a little bit of a foul temper at the moment. Okay, I know you're in a little bit of a temper. So let's get you out of it.
Sure.
Let's talk about Ivan post level 6, where if he, or post level 5, where if he uses that Friend of the Forest
Yeah.
on a buff,
Yeah.
he can give a buff to his laner as well.
Wow.
So he gets the buff himself and he gives the buff away.
Fantastic. You've got a buff on a useless champion. like
What about Root Caller? Like you stun someone up and all of your team can jump to them.
do you know what? That makes sense with Pantheon.
It
I mean,
does.
maybe you can deliver Pantheon to a specific
And
target
you
if
can
you land.
deliver Twitch into the middle
Yeah,
of
well,
the
you
enemy
know,
team.
if you play Twitch like SSG did in the
Oh yeah, the
Season 5 World Championships.
Invisible Submarine.
Yeah, or
Good old
just
Invisible
you just
Submarine.
send Twitch into the front line when he's invisible and do. I think Ezreal here. I don't know which kind of variant you'll go. Maybe you can go APS
Please
within
don't
this
go
particular
APS.
scenario, but
Please.
obviously I think AD Ezreal is probably better, and you've got.
Their problem is if they go AD, they've got too much. They've only got Ivan for AP.
Yeah, that's true.
And Ivan, like, you build
probably,
a lot of
but then,
agents
are you
and,
planning on
post
going?
it
Are
on
you
it.
planning on just going heavy siege, double AD, take towers
In
as
all
quickly
honesty,
as
I think you're
possible?
planning on having fun this game if you're TCA.
Yeah, probably. This looks like quite a fun composition. But then you've got like Kalista, who has just never played right now because she's in such a poor position. But this is kind of like what Sebla was known for when Kalista was good. Sebla played Kalista loads, and you pull the Blitzcrank up on Adam. You know, if they do manage to land a hook onto either of these targets, they are probably going to die.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a really fun, explosive bot lane. I imagine this game is probably going to be mostly Sona talking because I have no idea what's going on. I'm probably not even going to attempt to have any idea what's going on. I'm just going to shout random words and hope that they make sense.
As long as you don't say Shockwave over and over again.
Shockwave!
Oh, dear God.
Oh, damn.
Can you remember the last time we played a Kalista something lane?
I think I went
It was
0-10.
into a Blitzcrank, and you forgot to Dark Spear me in Fountain. So I was playing Thresh, and
I
we
remember
got
that.
under time, and it was about level 2, and I was like, Excoundry, you realised you didn't Dark Spear me? He's like, oh yeah, I'll just do it now. In front of the Blitzcrank. I got hooked in and died.
I think actually
straight away.
I think actually what it was is that I forgot to do it, and then I did it under turret, and they had invaded us and came through the Krug brush.
Yeah,
and
and
you
the Blitzcrank just hooked me
you
away
hooked-
and killed me.
Yeah, so
Anyway, we are into game. Jet lolloping his way, that's definitely a word, into the enemy jungle, looking perhaps for a steal, but it's an invade coming out from UK Legends as well. Neither team will match into the other. The question is, do you steal away camps here as Ivan? It takes you 32 seconds, I believe, at level 1 of that passive to get a camp. I believe it's 32 seconds. I'm going to check that now, actually. 40 seconds at level 1, down to 6 seconds at level 18, losing 2 seconds a level.
fantastic. Well, anyway, looks like neither of those level 1 invades went either way because both of them ended on opposite side of the map.
Ivan Way, Lamau.
Anyway, Ivan having this 30-second cooldown on his early sort of clear means that it makes his clear path very odd. You kind of have to go around and apply all those buffs, and by the time you've applied the third buff, you've nearly got enough time to come back to the first, and you go run and basic attack them all. It just means you get stuck on one side of the jungle a little bit longer than your opposition member would. Looks like we're going to have... what is even going on
So
here?
UK staying up towards the top side to try and catch out Matty Triceps. He will spot Zandia here and will try and trade into him with those spears. Has the Thunderlords as well, and actually will force Zandia back. And this causes a bit of a problem for Sebla in the lane because he's going to have to face up into 2 members for a little while. Matty Triceps will be behind on the first camp. Flash, exhaust, Croxen going for the kill. They'll get him. Zandia's going to fall. Croxen just needs one more auto. He has to try and time it.
What?
Oh, no.
What?
No. Oh, here comes
Oh,
Bowser.
God.
Zandia,
God.
true E-boy amongst men there. Getting himself a double kill early on. Jet is invading here as well. Things have been put down on him.
He's doing the aggressive Ivan. He's going in and just clearing those camps.
40 seconds later, he'll be able to leave that jungle. Of course, if you smite the camp, it goes down straight
But anyway,
away,
it looks like Bowser's actually responded in kind and gone for the red buff on his side. So this cheeky little invade will be spotted out and obviously will result in very little actually happening in terms of overall gain. But Ivan, you know, solid jungler that he is, he's level 3 at 2 minutes 50.
Here he
so
comes,
no.
he's got Root Caller in the mid lane, gonna try and land it, and Jet!
What a non-useless jungler.
What a kill, what a god!
I feel like we should just do this like MLG casting.
What? Jet lands the Root Caller.
Oh, it's the greatest
he
root I've ever seen in the world.
The bush. Here's the trigger seed. Here's the root. Here's Jet going for the chase.
Oh, he's still going
Flashes
in.
the wall. Jet
Wham,
going
bam.
for it.
Thank
what
you,
a legend.
ma'am.
Puts down another bush to try and shut out Bowser. Has the trigger seed. He's trying to trigger Bowser. And the only way to do that is to put the princess in another castle. He won't be able to get away. Bowser's triggered. He thought Princess Peace was gender fluid.
Whoa, 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 the tree is on fire.
The forest's on fire, lads. Gotta be cautious.
I'm sorry, but if you pick compositions like this, don't expect serious casting. Actually, when you hire Sona and Excoundrel, don't expect serious casting.
No, do. We are men of many talents. Anyone out there listening, you want to hire us, it's $3.50 a minute.
Whoop,
Here
whoop.
comes Jet triggered! Once again, Garbage The Root Caller misses, but whoa, I've broken the chair. Got into the floor. My chair's in the floor, and this game is in the toilet as TCA look for UK. Not going to be able to get him or back away. Deadly wearing a superb skin, it must be said. Sebla forced back already has burnt his flash and his
Hey,
heal.
hey,
Deadly
man.
has as well.
Jet's going to make me eat my
Oh,
words.
flash hurt! One! Sebla!
I,
Sebla!
I love that we have our own air horn. I feel like I'm better
It's
at
an
the
Aaron horn, mate.
I think I have the better air horn.
Yeah, you horn it and I'll do
Okay.
the background.
Okay, no, I'm not gonna.
Sounded like a duck having
That
sex.
sounded like a really bad duck. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. So I don't think I have the better air horn anymore. I feel like you did overtake me in that respect.
Aaron air horn, boys. Anyway,
so-
Ivan juggling up. He's on 15 CS. Let's have a talk about him. Now, the thing about Ivan is Bushmaker can actually... Oh, Deadly, the hook! The God UK, what a legend! Takes down the kill. Sebla gets it, almost going to die to the Contaminate, which should not be called that, because when you put poison
Here comes
on
Razors.
someone...
Here comes Jet.
Here comes Jet, looking for UK. Razors takes him down. Jet off towards the side, going for the chase. Misses the root caller. That was bad, mate. That was bad. That wasn't a 420 no scope 464. There's the Bushmaker once again, and Bowser just can't chase through the bush. He got spooked. Got spooked by the darkness in the forest.
Oh, in goes Krogson in the mid lane. He's 360ing those Mystic no-scopes. Doesn't manage to land them, though. And he'll back off at the end.
360ing those mystic no scopes.
I thought that was that's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That was good. Maddie Triceps is miles behind in this top lane. Shakiri's going to jump on towards him, trying to fight Triceps with biceps, and the bigger guns win as Shikari breaks out the cannon.
Yeah, the cannon, his right arm, his biceps, not quite Tryndamere level, but yeah, he did actually get a massive advantage in the early game, Sona, hence why he is 2 levels up. Matty Triceps did spend the majority of his early game chasing Zandia.
Oh, jumps onto Zandia, exhaust down, Krogzen counter exhaust. Knocked him back, and Krogzen's in the minion wave. Minions decide they don't want to kill Krogzen.
Zandia didn't have
yet.
enough mana for another orb, so unfortunately he was stuck there, unable to have an impact. Bowser's now coming in. Can he land the Sonic Wave?
Here we go. No, he can't. He's a baddie. Not going to be able to connect. Doesn't have the flash either. We'll just push up the lane for now. Shikari in that top lane, though. He is on tonight. And his hips don't lie, and he's starting to feel it's right. In the top lane, getting kills, something. Deadly fighting into UK here. UK does need to be cautious because Deadly's looking for the no-scope kill. Sebla jumps in, smites him away, pulls out the spears, and takes down the Twitch mechanical plays there from Sebla.
Who knew that Callista worked well in Clown Fiestas? Still,
Callista the Clown would be the best
Callista
skin.
the Clown
like
would be a
miming
great skin.
chucking spears. So
Yeah.
she doesn't actually have any spears, just invisible particles. Reminiscent of Nidalee from the jungle,
when she had
where
the
she had
invisible spears.
spears.
Yeah.
That was deadly. Actually, it was probably more likely to be Furion,
Yeah, because Deadly's on TCA.
and he's an AD carry.
Exactly. Although let's not define AD carry roles.
Yeah, man.
You know, Nidalee could be played.
I'm
AD,
position
AD carry.
fluid.
Exactly. I'm transposition. Which is,
Transposition actually moving something from a specific location to another location.
yeah, I can
That's
move
what
I can
transpositioning
move my
is.
position.
You can move your position.
It makes sense.
Okay. Now, Jet, level 5. Now, level 6 is that huge power spike for Ivans, because it means usually you're about 8 minutes into the game, and about 12 minutes after that point, you can surrender. Maddie Triceps going to get knocked back here by Shikari, does stun him up. Shikari's going for the chase shot blast. Just short.
Just short there. Anyway, we're going to look like the Ivan is now heading towards that Rift Scuttler. He's going to be taking these camps slightly more quickly now. He is level 6. He's got some reduction in
So
that.
what does that mean? Go on, do the maths. 40 seconds at level 1. 6 seconds at level 18. UK might fall here. Jet going with the trigger seed onto UK. Lands the root caller as well. And UK goes down. Raisins takes out Sebla. Here's Bowser. He's looking for a Mimi play. Here he goes. It's the call of the Q. Onto Deadly. Takes him down. Daisy pops onto the Rift as well. The root caller. The knock up. The bush. The kill. Raisins says thank you very much. And he noms down on Bowser.
Daisy's going to remain here, by the way. She remains for the entire period. She's actually going to start taking the tower aggro, though, because she does. And it means they won't be able to push this turret as quickly. But they've got a huge minion wave here, so it's a really good win for TCA in that respect. And I forgot what Sona was asking me to do.
Do the maths. So Jet's level 6.
Yeah.
That means his Friend of the Forest passive now takes a minion camp how quickly?
What is it at level
It's
18?
40 at level 1,
Yeah.
and it's 6 at level 18.
So you have 34 gain over 18 levels, which is like 1 point something seconds, 1.8 or 1.9
I think
seconds.
it's 2. It might be 4 at level 18.
If it's 4 at level 18, that would make a lot of sense, I think.
No, because what you're doing, you're counting.
Oh, I'm
it
counting
wrong.
17, yeah. So it's 17
Yeah.
levels, yeah, you're right. So it's 2 per level. So that means he would have gained 5 seconds, which means it's now down to 30 seconds.
So he would have gained 10 seconds because he's got 5 levels. Yeah.
Say 5 levels.
So yeah, 30 seconds was correct. Well done, Xscoundrel. That was learning with Sona and Xscoundrel. And Maddie Triceps is learning why you don't play Pantheon top. He is half the CS of Shikari, who is doing quite a lot of work on this Jace, bringing down the banhammer on those Newell contestants. Maddie Triceps is really the Newell of top laners in the UK scene at the moment. UK gets drawn in. Jet looking for the kill here. Raisin's there as well. Here comes Bowser. And Deadly will take out UK. Sebla trying to survive. Deadly uses the ambush to get himself away. Raisin's the new target. Sebla flashes in. Not going to get the kill. Here's Bowser as well, but it's a double for Deadly. And he's twice as deadly and twice the fun. 8 kills to 8.
Yeah, he's doing an incredible job in that bot lane on Twitch, somehow coming out ahead here, although Sebla is equal in kills and actually 20 CS ahead. The problem is that they've just lost so catastrophically in the top lane that I don't know how much better they can do in that bot lane to make this a game that's even remotely winnable, even though actually somehow TCA are ahead in gold.
They got first turret.
They got first turret. So the first turret in the bot lane did go down. That should be evened up or either gone ahead here.
Oh, Grand Skyfall! Onto Shikari, stuns him up under the turret, and Shikari should go down the Heartseeker strike. Maddie Triceps won't get that kill for a minute because Director Cameras jumped away. There it is. Croxen taken down with the Unleashed Power. Zandia representing the E-Boys on that Syndra. 9 and 9 in the game. 400 gold the lead for UK Legends, and they're going to get a second turret out of this
coming
as
in.
well. Maddie Triceps, he wants some of this, he wants some of the action, he wants some of that E-Boy action on Zandia. Here's Sebla as well, the exhaust comes down. Here comes Daisy. Hello, she says. Does nothing.
Look at her. She's such a useless ultimate. Daisy is such a useless
When
ultimate.
I played Ivan, I kept trying to play it like Annie.
Yes,
so I
so did I,
Daisy
yeah.
onto people's faces, and it's like, okay, you do nothing. What's going on here?
Daisy's so useless.
It works if you root caller and then Daisy, because you get enough time to get the knock-up down as well. But apart from that, Daisy literally is just a big golem running around behind you doing
It does look she doesn't even attack anybody.
She does if you focus her down. Now, Croxen got UK. Oh, Daisy helping out the enemy team. Int from Daisy. Zandia. Now the target here for Jet. Root caller is up. He's going to look for that stun. Misses it. Doesn't really look that much like a stun. There's the bush. Here's Deadly. Sebla should go down. Zandia as well to the spray and pray. True Shot Barrage comes out. Jet knocked back. Bowser. Daisy's doing so much work in this fight. Holy moly, Daisy. You absolute god. And then Shikari comes in and ruins the party, man.
That's what what your top laner
That's
will
what
do.
Daisy does.
Yeah.
That's what Daisy does, Xscoundrel.
Thank you, buddy. But that's also what Shikari will do when he's got Ghostblade and about 50 CS up over his opponent. He's going to try and come in here.
That he is. Heartseeker strike. Looking for Shikari's heart.
Deadly's not
We
done
know
with
it's
this now.
ice cold at the moment. Ambush. Yeah, Deadly's done with it now. Needs that Runans, needs that Yumu's, needs that damage, and needs that team to back him up. At the moment, he has none of them.
I do apologize on behalf of anybody watching that actually wanted to listen to this cast instead of muting it. Can't help it really. It's just one of those things you have to accept.
I don't know, like, I think at points it's been okay. The majority of it has been balls, yeah, I'll agree with you. But some of it's been alright. Bits where you've been talking has been okay.
Oh no, Sona, you've been fine, buddy. Don't worry.
I think when we started off with the air horns.
It might have gone a little bit
slightly, yeah.
MLG. We might have gone a little bit too MLG.
Can you go to MLG?
I think you can.
It's a lesson I learned from Tropic Thunder. Jet starts up Defender the Forest, and now he's at level 9. So how many seconds is that, Scoundrel?
He's got an extra 6 seconds, so 24?
24, good math, my man. He is 1 and 7, and as much as this Ivan pick perhaps isn't the best pick in the world, you know,
He's not had an awful game,
No.
to be completely fair.
can work out. UK jumps in, there's the pull back onto Jet. He needs to put some bush down, keep himself safe. Tempered Fate from Raisins will lock up UK. Tries to get the Cosmic Bind, but just can't do it. Has to get out. Here's Croxen, jumps into Shikari. That's not where you want to be. Enter Shikari, enter the kills for that Jace. And now
Sorry,
UK
you're not a winner,
Not-
UK Legends.
Sorry, you're not a winner. Well, UK Legends are winning, is that? Deadly gets caught out, tries to pop the spray and pray, but shut down. Raisins as well going to get caught behind his turret by Zandia and Sebla. Just nothing that Bard can do. It's a sorry sight to see when only the support's left alive. And Maddie Triceps might have something to say about that.
What, Matty Triceps is the support.
So he actually got noticed there. Gonna kill. He almost got taken out by Sebla and Zandia as he got noticed channeling the Grand Skyfall. And here comes Bowser. Maddie Triceps is like, it's alright guys, I can dodge skills. except he can't.
You can't dodge a kick, but can you dodge a ball?
Dip, dive, dodge, duck and dodge. It's dodge, dip, dive, duck and dodge, isn't it?
Yeah. But you were close.
I got all of the words right.
You did.
I just got them in the wrong order.
Looks like Jet's. He's ready to join the party once more. Going
So
in.
Deadly, here he comes onto Zandia, exhausted straight away. Root caller onto Zandia though, and here
Oh,
comes
Daisy!
Daisy! Gets the kill. What a play by Daze.
Daisy's going in on
The big
Sebla.
D.
Yep. That's what they call her. It's a big D. Goodness gracious.
Great balls of Daisy.
Yeah.
Deadly looking, he's the second big thing on his team, Deadly. He's doing a good job this game. And Raisins gets hooked in, puts some more bush down, try and keep them away. Bowser gets caught up in the minion line. Jet and Deadly off towards the side. There's a great cosmic binding. Raisins tries to get himself out alive. Flash, miss. Zebra gets it with the final mortal strike. I can't remember what that Q is called.
I'm not gonna know, but let's find out.
Press R.
Ah.
Oh no, sorry, press 4. 4.
I thought you wanted cosmic binding.
No, I want the Q from Sebla.
Ah.
Pierce. What a great name. What a great name. Pierce Sentinel. I can't remember what the E's called either, and then the ultimate fate's called.
It's isn't it Flay or no?
No,
it's
Flay is fresh.
Sorry, it's something similar to that. Rend. Yeah,
Rend.
it's one. It was one.
Pierce
one
and Rend makes sense.
I haven't seen Callista in so long. I just haven't been used to saying her skill names.
Yeah, it's the thing. Like you know them, but because you can't recall them, they're stuck.
Because usually
in long-term
Usually
memory.
you just end up like saying the same skills over and over again because you see the same picks over and over again. Then when you see something slightly off the wall, you're like, oh, I better go Google that.
And with new champions, you always try and learn them when they get played. So like
Yeah.
Ivan, I learned Yorick originally, and then he never gets played. So Eulogy of the Isles is just stuck in my head, and like no one ever plays him. That's his ultimate, by the way. It should be called Maiden of the Mist because that's who he calls, but still, doesn't matter. Riot sometimes mess up their names. It's like Nami's ultimate, Tidal Wave. What should they have called it? Tsunami, obviously. Now Jet caught out, gonna get taken out by Shikari. And they will smite away that red as well. 20 kills to 14 and an advantage starting to spread here. The E-Girl, E-Boy team that is UK Legends. Kicks Raisins over the wall. However, he can just take an magical journey.
Something.
He could just take an E through that wall. Take a trip is what I should have said. Sometimes you just lose track of your words, especially in games like this, which are, in all honesty, I think both teams would accept this game being pretty meany. Here comes the Grand Skyfall onto Seppa, tries to lock him out. Aegis of Zionia will lock him down along with the Heartseeker. UK says thank you very much, I'll take that kill. Deadly's starting to do work though with this Yumus. And the Rat-a-tat-tat almost recalled Spray and Pray. Next patch, it's going to be Spray and Pray. Comes down.
So there is now a couple of item spikes for the Callista started, which is the Blade of the Ruin King and the Ruined Hurricane, as well as the Berserker's Greaves having been finished. So those are some small item spikes for the Callista. She has a little bit more impact in a team-wide play there. Obviously, the Yomut is great for Twitch, but you know, Deadly going to get hooked in here in stealth.
That he is. However, he can just turn his attention over to Zandia, who does have that shield.
Face of the mountain.
Face of the Mountain. I was wondering where the Ceres was. It's very rare we see Face of the Mountain these days as well.
It's very rare that we see half of the picks in this teams these days. So
Yeah, when you say half of them, basically everyone on the side of TCA is an odd pick for their position. And Callista Blitzcrank is a little bit strange.
I would argue that Bard probably isn't so odd. But
No, he's
maybe
not incredibly odd. And Ezreal isn't an odd pick, but for mid lane he is. Coxon's dead. Doesn't matter if you're an odd pick or not. If you get picked off by Bowser, he doesn't care. He's searching for Mario, and thus far, the only plumbers he's found are the pipes calling to Danny Boy and the rest of the TCA lineup. Bowser almost gets caught out with the root caller. Can jump back in. Of course, does have that smite. No flash. And the
apparently
Brush
the dragon
Maker.
isn't a friend of the forest.
He is a friend of the forest, man.
He's not though. He's not submitting to the will of
Oh,
either.
he won't. Wait, it's not a will actually, because he frees the forest. You can't free a dragon because he's too protective of his gold. That's Smorg there. Smorg the water drake. And they.
Do you know there's a fight going on right now?
Ah, mate. I don't care until Daisy comes to the action and dies straight away because it's awful. Anyway, this should be the dragon going down for the side of UK Legends. Shikari chasing off towards the side as well, looking to see if he can get onto Deadly. He's just trying to run away. Takes a shot blast to the face. UK, they're going to go underneath the turret. Here's the hook. It's blind. And it's bad.
Does Adam die here? Yeah, Adam gets
No,
executed.
it's fine. It's Zandia pushing up the mid lane as
Well,
well.
they're now sieging onto the turrets. They've managed to build up a 10k gold lead, and this is probably going to be the game for UK Legends.
Fake doors.
Fake turrets. We got so many fake turrets over here. Come get your fake turrets. Oh, Zandia, you want a fake turret? Oh, you can't have a fake turret. Sorry, you haven't got enough money for a fake turret.
That's what On Record does. It causes fake turrets all over. Kari caught out. Great flash cosmic binding, and Maddie
Oh,
tries
you
to
thought I was
take the
done,
kill.
but I got more fake turrets. Oh, Sebla, you want a fake turret? No, oh no, you're gonna have to back away from the fake turret. But Bowser, you want a fake turret? Oh, you're gonna get the kill. No.
No, it missed it. What an awful, awful player of the game. Oh, Jet flash root callers misses as well. Sebla will end up going down. Muddy Triceps Grand Skyfall's in, actually teleport there instead to get the chase onto Bowser. I love the way they picked an Ivan comp and then just didn't get anything that works with the bush. Like literally the bush is just there to try and hide them as they get through fights. They could have picked a Rengar, they could have picked Caitlyn, could have picked a Teemo, for goodness gracious me. Didn't work. Oh, Raisins caught out. Bowser takes the kill. Here's Jet though. Looking for it. Daisy's only 40 seconds away. It's coming up soon. 38 seconds away, guys. Get ready for Daisy. Daisy's going to juke around this game. Root Caller comes down. Quick, let me see how long Daisy's back up for. Daisy is 27 seconds. UK's going to fall. Daisy's on his way.
Can you not say Daisy again?
Where is Jet? Oh, he's there. Daisy. Jet, Deadly. Sorry, Deadly gets the kill. How long on Daisy, though, man?
I actually don't care.
I don't know. Where's Deadly? Where's the Daisy coming?
8 seconds.
There's 7 seconds on Daisy. Zandia gets the kill on Jet, and he's going to be out for 37 seconds, but when he gets back up, Daisy will be there.
God's sake, Soda. God's sake.
Oh, that was great from Krogsen. Oh no, it wasn't actually him, it was the poison that got the kill. Yeah, so UK Legends win out the fight once again. They're 8,000 gold up. And they should just be able to clear this one out pretty soon, in all honesty. They've got a big Syndra, they've got a massive Jace who's got Duskblade of Druxar. And Kalista is 12 and 6 with a Blade of the Ruin King and a Runehands. Almost got a Bloodthirster as well if that's what she wants to get next.
Yeah, Twitch is actually not too far behind, though, in terms of item choice as well. He's got his own Runans. Great for the Spray and Pray, as it will be soon to be renamed. Actually going to pick up a kill onto Raisins here. So, you know, still eking this game out. Eventually going to see a tier 2 taken down. Matty Triceps gets immediately stunned out of the ultimate. He'll go down. That means Zandia are now trying to stop out on Jet, but Daisy will be here should Jet choose to make it happen.
Oh, here comes Daisy, lads.
Why did I say
Here she comes. It's the big D. Triple kill for Shikari. The quadra kill. Come on, Kroggy boy. Come on, the Krogsmeister. Oh, poison kills him. That was disappointing.
That was a bit anticlimactic.
Here comes Bowser, though. He's looking for Luigi. Oh, he might have to settle with Krogsen.
I know there's not many other puns you can make about Bowser, but you know, maybe we lay off the Mario ones and just call it Bowser.
There were no other puns.
No, I know, but do you know what? I think we've covered most Mario.
Here comes Dave.
Goodness gracious.
Great balls of fire. Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow game.
Has it? Because I feel like it's been a very quick game. We've actually had 63 kills in 22 minutes.
Make that 64! Don't make that 64 anymore, they don't get the kill. Jet's triggering those minions with the Trigger Seed. I don't want... I'm not sure why it's called Trigger Seed. It's like a shield that explodes. I feel any name with trigger in is just a little bit triggering to me. How do you feel?
No, not really, Soda. Not going to lie to you. Jet's getting pretty tanky, though. Didn't need to give that to him. He's now
gone down, okay, so he's gone down a full tank route, and what I actually see a lot of Ivans doing, and what the pros are tending to do at the moment, is Rod of Ages into Proto Belt to try and get a bit of burst down. I guess if you just want to be a frontline tank for your team, this makes a lot more sense.
But you've got
They have
Pantheon.
got Baron here.
You've got Pantheon top lane. Do you know what? Jet can just use the
True Shot
route.
Barrage, we'll check it out.
Jet can just route over the wall.
Caller. Oh, he can just get pulled over. Are they going to turn on it quickly enough? It does go down while Jet was in there. He didn't use his smite, though. And that will be falling. Maddie Triceps joins the fray. It's a double for Shikari. Here comes UK across the wall. Sebla's going to chase as well with that Pierce. Bouncer joins the fray. Looking for Raisins. They're looking for a little bit of supper. But they won't be able to take Raisins down.
No, they've got that open mid lane inhibitor, which they can go for. Kroxen has got a little bit of burst in this kit now, with the fact that he's got the Hextech Gunblade and the Lichbane. This is the Lucchesi special, I like to call it. He's going down as the hybrid rate. Oh, look at Deadly, though. So much damage. He gets blown up. Shikari takes the most of the damage there, but the kill goes over to Zandia. They aren't able to siege onto this inhibitor turret, though, Senna.
Yeah, Sebla's not here, and Kroxen does get jumped on by Bowser, but he has to retreat pretty quickly. It's almost a dead Kroxen, and they will get the inhibitor jet back up now, looking for the trigger seed, looking for the kill onto Shikari, who turns his attentions onto Raisins, noms him down. Here's Daisy, though, and he's going to join the fight. Bowser kicks away the Pantheon. Matty Triceps trying to do what he can, Theon, but he just can't do much on that top lane pick. And UK taken low as well. Sebla, Bowser, and UK might look for the final push here. Flash in by UK, misses the hook. Arcane shift from Raisins, from Kroxen, sorry, gets him away from the action. Sebla's going to go up towards top. Hasn't taken this turret down yet. We'll get it down a little bit, but not going to be able to do too much. Deadly on the chase, on all fours. And Sebla is going to get caught out. Here's the Runaz, here's the Yumus as well. Sebla goes low, Deadly heals himself up, but Bowser takes the kill. Kroxen jumps in, not able to secure it. Does have True Shot Barrage. Here it comes. Soon. Maybe. Kroxen, come on, man. Do it for me. Do it for her. Sebla's just healing up. He's got that Vampiric set down. Blade of the Ruined King gets taken out, though. Kroxen still has True Shot Barrage. Raisins with the Tempered Fate on his own face. That should fall straight away. True. That was a waste of a True Shot Barrage, and now Kroxen's caught out. Shikari will jump on him. Bowser there as well. Kroxen should fall. One more auto from Bowser. Secures it with the kick. Sometimes it's about sending a message, and we are 47 kills to 29 into this 26-minute game.
76 kills overall.
This is more kills than probably the entirety of the rest of the week.
I'd probably warrant that as maybe a truth. I'd like to get our stats guy, Marek.
Oh yeah, good old Contact Zero.
Contact Zero. He can get on this and maybe look at the kills in this game compared to the kills across the rest of the games in this.
This is going to impact like KDAs and such so much. It's like
it's probably an anomaly that you just leave out.
But you can't.
Why can't you?
Because it's got to be complete statistics.
No, you can if
you left out just random facts about people, people would think Donald Trump was a good person to nominate for the American
if you have one result,
presidency.
okay, right. So you're a medic.
I am.
If you have a result that you consider an anomaly, would you?
You have to prove there are confounding factors.
But
you can't just exclude results because they seem odd to you. You can redo the
okay,
test.
so what the confounding factors here is that we have a
CCA trolls, yeah.
well, not even that, just the entire game's a bit of a car fiesta.
Can't spell UK scene without Clown Fiesta.
Apparently not.
I also didn't learn how to spell. Kroxen gets jumped on by Shikari Jet. Yeah, he just does nothing. Just doesn't do anything in
Ivan's
fight.
just terrible. Like they need to change what Ivan actually is intended to do, rather than just have a gimmicky way of clearing the jungle. Because that's kind of what Ivan is right now. He's just a gimmicky way.
Like if they keep the jungle clearing tactic, I'm fine with that. But they need to give him something that actually works as a tank jungler. If that's what they want him to be.
Like he's just his snare.
Ultimate.
His
Give
snare
his
is
ultimate, like an AOE stun.
yeah, well, his
might be
snare is just a worse version of Elise. Daisy can't actually stay on the same target long enough to get the 3 knockups
So
most of the time.
I actually think his snare's better than Elise.
Well, yeah, you can
'cause
jump to
everyone
it.
can jump to
yeah,
it.
yeah, sure.
And it's the
Great.
same stun.
Great job. But in general, like, what you gonna do? Oh no, Ivan jumps to you from the gank.
Yeah, the thing is, like, with Elise, he's got a
Ivan.
huge amount of damage afterwards, but Ivan just doesn't have that. Now, that was a victory for the UK Legends. They take it 2-0, and Excel past Excel in the standings. They're in 3rd spot now, I think, with that win. UK Legends in 3rd spot.
Yes, I think so. I think that it would be the case. I think they've actually gone directly toe-to-toe with Excel in terms of points.
I think they might be one ahead.
Do you?
No,
sure?
it might be.
I think
Why don't we get the table back up, guys?
Yeah, why don't we get the table back?
Oh, yes, they are. They're same on points, but they beat Excel in the 1v1 matchup, as you say earlier on this season. So they will be ahead of Excel. District, of course, won today as well. So they'll be sitting pretty at 15 points, 5 out of 5 for them. Only Molotovs and Marshmallows up there challenging them at the moment. M&M drew with TCA, didn't they? That was an aberration for them. It was an aberration indeed. Anyway, I believe that's it for us from this night of UK Masters action. Now, I apologise for some of the technical issues earlier. I hope we entertained you. I apologise as well for that last match. It was a little bit of a a difficult one to bring over adequately, but I hope you enjoyed the cast, guys. I've been Sono.
Hopefully my face tells you everything about how I feel about the situation.
I've been Sono, this has been Scoundrel, and we'll be back next week. In fact, actually, I won't be back. He'll be back next week on Monday and Tuesday for more UK Masters action. Make sure you tune in tomorrow as well for the UK Masters CSGO, and on Friday for the best esports ever, the UK Masters Hearthstone. I'll be back for that. Scoundrel will be back next week. Tune in then, guys. Thank you very much for watching.